I came in at the wrong place. Jesus Christ, Blaze. She's wearing high heels, Riv. Yeah, we were going for about an hour, but it crashed. My internet crashed. Hello. Perennial.
CathFawr cozy, CathFawr black, put the primes in the box, CathFawr box.
Thank you very, very much, Perennial. How you doing, Riv? How you doing, Perennial? How's it going? Imagine parking it in there, that would really piss someone off. Oh my god.
I'm literally tipping you right now cause you're not bunny hopping down the road like a boo. Keep the RP.
I get the Riv, thank you very, very much. You know the call to the void, like when you're stood on a high ledge. When you stand on a high ledge and there's a voice in your head that obviously you're never gonna listen to that tells you to, it's like jump. You know what I'm talking about? I get that call to the void every time, or like when you stood up somewhere high, or like over a big body of water, and there's a voice in your back of the head that's like, drop your phone, right? Obviously, you're not actually gonna do it, but it's called a call to the void, and I get a call to the void every time I see somebody bunny hopping down the road. I get a call to the void that's just like, smash them off their fucking bike, ram them off their bike, ram them off their bike. Every time. Every single time. Hello there, my brain exploded on the toilet.
Well, it looked like it seemed to have lost control and went into a spin and then crashed. I kind of blacked out as it was spinning down towards the bottom there.
Okay, were you injured in this crash?
Yes, sir. I suffered severe burns.
Okay, and that's where I would inject a reference to the medical record. I think yours is C. Give me one second. Give me 1 second to verify.
The big jump. Hashtag let them know.
What?
It's just shit off Twitter.
Who said that?
Oh, that's
It's on Twitter.
Oh, is it already pushed out already?
Yeah, it just got posted then by Marlo.
Yeah. Next Friday or this coming Friday, they're doing a jump over pretty much behind us, and yeah, they're going to end up announcing the winner of the car and all that. Everyone's gonna be excited. There's a lot of money, big car going out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what else we're doing though.
Yeah, that Mercedes is pretty damn nice. I wouldn't mind having it.
Yeah, no shit. I know it's your color too.
Imagine the tax on that thing, though.
Well, so far, I mean, shit, I don't even know what the tax on my fucking car is going to be. Mine's about $295, I think, for my car.
Yeah, hopefully the tax got worked out. Actually, I need to check to see if I need to pay mine.
I hope they fucking take a long fucking time to figure that tax out. I'll tell you what.
I don't even know where you pay that tax, honestly.
It's usually under your debt, but so if it ain't there, it's not there.
Yeah, it's not there.
Yeah, I paid it once and then I haven't seen it since.
Yeah, I haven't seen it since either. I mean, I just have like a little Saya that costs like $500 or something every week, so it's not a big deal to me. But
yeah, my fucking Sand King was like $1,000.
Yeah,
which I think that's crazy because I mean, I think it's a $50K vehicle.
well, I mean, kind of makes sense with the Sand King. You're probably tearing up the roads.
Yeah, but I mean, what if it's in the garage the entire time?
I don't know that.
It's real strange.
It honestly should be based on mileage of the vehicle.
Well, either way, we'll see sooner or later, I guess.
Yep, I'm sure. Yeah, it's gonna be there eventually. I like your reference to calling them half cocked a lot. That's fucking. I like that. That's a good way to describe it.
Well, it suggests unpreparedness without actually directly saying that an officer is incompetent.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're a prosecutorial body where attention to detail is your entire fucking job, and saying that they're negligent in that aspect, it just we're painting a bullseye on them from the front, where we're basically trying to shoot their argument in the chest, and Shannon her forte is painting a bullseye on their back to where the judge is now staring at them like they're an idiot.
Yeah, no, you did a great job with that.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic job. Yeah, no, that case was phenomenal.
Shannon, feel free to disagree with me on this, but I feel like that after working with you on a court case, I feel like you're really good at destabilizing their argument, and I'm really good at establishing our own.
That's pretty much how I would go about it. Yeah, try and undermine what they're bringing to court rather than build up my own, I guess.
No, it's a good strategy. You got an offensive and a defensive.
Mm-hmm. You haven't been called to that case on the 30th yet either, Lawrence.
The one for Miles?
Miles, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if they call me, they call me. I noticed that the police report isn't even up there yet. I think Antigone's going to get a little pissed off about that.
I put it up.
Did you?
Yeah, eventually.
I didn't see it on there.
The DA hasn't really said anything yet.
Just one moment here.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, Nito?
Where did you put it up at?
It's just the most recent comment on that docket. Now it's up to you whether you want to recuse yourself or not, because you could straight up recuse yourself on the grounds that you would damage your professional relationship with that individual.
Yeah, that I have a demonstrated bias by the fact that he's on retainer for me, or that I'm on retainer for him.
Yeah, exactly. Could be as simple as saying, "Look, I have a demonstrable bias. Don't call me." Which you would think that the district attorney would know that, right? Or at least look into that, but
Did they just call me lawyer? Is my name lawyer?
your name is lawyer on the police report. That's correct, yeah. And you are literally the only person who has any kind of say that it was Miles, other than Lily Hart. But they also haven't called Lily Hart, so I haven't fucking called her. Of course, I'm not gonna fucking call her. I'm just gonna call the cops, and then I'm gonna say, "Did you see it? No, you fucking didn't. Did you get the gun out of his apartment? No, you fucking didn't. Hey, Miles, were you with Vasily straight after the court case? Yes, you were. Hey, Vasily, was Miles with you straight after the court case? Yes, you were. Okay, so the only thing you got is that Miles was in a court case and a doctor got shot in the back. That's it."
Okay. So my statement, they don't really capture anything.
I'll pull this up for you guys.
I mean, I guess they have me as lawyer, saying that that I saw Mr. Landon. Kai Knight is the only time where my name really pops up, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so.
So if they don't call upon, oh my god. Okay. So if they don't call upon the civil case as evidence, that's a failure on their part because that would prove motive. If they don't call upon me as an eyewitness, I'm the only person who puts them there at the place and time because Lily was too busy running away to know who it was. And while I'm pretty confident in the fact that I actually saw Miles, I would have no problem saying that it was under the cover of night. I'm not entirely sure. And you know, I like if you asked me, did you jump to a conclusion that it was Miles Landon? I would probably say yes because we had just had a court case with him. It was of the same silhouette. That's the only reason that I would think it was Miles Landon. Didn't seem directly.
It's that she says she saw him asking for car keys. Now, what that sounds like to me is that somebody fucking tried to rob her for her car keys. She fucking panicked, ran to the courthouse, and then assumed it was Miles because she just had a court case of several hours against him. There is nothing tying Mr. Landon to that crime other than the fact that she says that he saw her, that he asked for her car keys, and, you know, you may have seen him. That's it. They didn't find the firearm. He has an alibi. He left the fucking scene. Nobody, literally nobody. Judge Stanton didn't see it. The DOC guy didn't see it. Any of the cops didn't see it. It's insufficient evidence to press the charges. That's the angle that I'm going to go with, is that there's a gigantic reasonable doubt.
Yeah, and the fact that there's only, I guess, 2 witnesses that have Miles' name on there. Did you call Lily? Is Lily called to this?
No, of course I fucking didn't.
Okay, you're gonna force them to call her.
Yep, that's right. I'm gonna call her. I'm gonna force them to call her, and then I'm gonna get her on the cross. I don't need to call her as my own witness. Because she's gonna, you know, she's gonna build their case, not mine. I'm just gonna disassemble her on the cross-examination. You know, I don't really need to call her for my side. I like going into cases with the minimum amount I possibly can, and then forcing the prosecution to build this shit. Because I force the prosecution to build this shit rather than trying to exonerate my client. I prove reasonable doubt, exactly the same as I did in the court case with the casino. You force your opponent to build their case, and then you take their case apart. So they got the police report. That's what they have to build on. Or oopsie, you're guilty of fucking perjury again. You know.
Yeah, or if, you know, even if it's not to the grounds of perjury, the fact that they have a recorded recollection, something that could be a very solid concrete anchor for them, being essentially completely ignored and not. If they actually did the police reports right, it would be a foundational tool for them. It would be fantastic. The problem is that they don't. So exactly. you start getting up there and you notice inconsistencies between the police report. You actually read what they write, and notice that they're testifying to something different, and you start drawing into that reasonable doubt, like you're talking about. You start making the what they think is a clear narrative very foggy and hazy and full of inconsistencies.
Exactly. I think, Lily, I think I can build a reasonable case that, like, why would Miles ask for her car keys? That don't make no fucking sense. That's the thing. Why would Miles, after a court case, ask for her car keys? Hello? So I'm gonna force her to get up on the stand and testify all that shit. Then I'm gonna, then I'm gonna call my witnesses. I'm gonna call Bass. I'm gonna call Miles. I'm gonna call Vasily. I'm gonna exonerate him that way. Build the reasonable doubt on the cross-examination and then exonerate all my witnesses. Easy enough.
Yep, sounds good to me.
The district attorney's office isn't gonna call Dr. Lilyhart, all the better. So, Mr. Colton, are you confident?
I think so. So they're gonna be, I mean, they're gonna be drilling me on who was flying the helicopter. Can I just be like, I don't know? There was some, we can't. Well, so they're gonna be asking me because Dean's gonna be quoting, that he's knocked out the entire time, so he's not gonna have a lot to say besides Dan Felly who fucking knocked his ass out.
Yep. I mean, you all I would at that point I would say is that there's a pilot that's assigned to the helicopter. The pilot was flying. You have no idea who he was.
Yeah, they're normally contracted from the.
Yep. The contract with the casino for those helicopters provides one helicopter,
and a pilot. Contract with the helicopter company is the helicopter and the pilot.
Right.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Easy.
And if they ask you if you know what happened to the pilot, you have no idea. We have no idea either.
I'm just gonna say I blacked out from G-Force.
Sounds good to me.
Hell, he was, spinning out of control. I blacked out, and next I remember, we were fucking getting pulled out of the wreckage.
Right. But you definitely remember being shot at. That's the important part.
Yep, yeah, I remember getting up, getting shot at. When we lost control, I started blacking out.
There it is.
So that'll make it easy for me to not know what the hell happened to the pilot.
It's always tea time at the Rooster's Rest. Except when it's daytime. It's not always tea time. That's kind of false advertising, honestly.
Kind of.
Anyone who posts ads outside the gallery would be shot on sight.
Who said that?
Robin.
That's a little fucking aggressive. That could almost be a criminal threat.
Well, it actually is a criminal threat.
Oh, we're selling $500 entry. I didn't know that.
Have you spoken to Mr. Buddha there, Lawrence? That tweet 23 minutes ago. Apparently shooting a guy in the wheelchair in the back of the head is no self-defense.
What the fuck? Yeah, I'll talk to him after this court case.
Yeah, probably best to give him a call. I'd ask about that one.
Gomer, what is your official title for the casino? Are you
I'm
pit
a-
boss?
Head of security, right?
Floor manager.
Oh,
Yeah, I run the floor.
Oh, okay. Is security within your purview? Can I ask you questions about security?
I mean, I have to deal with it sometimes. I mean, Marlo would be mainly there. Or Otto's the head of security, and Marlo's pretty much directly below him. But I mean, I do have to kind of work hand in hand with security a lot.
Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking like, how do I get it out in testimony that the police are the only possible people who could have shot at you with automatic weapons? And I was thinking that I would ask you. As,
I'm always
the floor-
updated. All right, how about this? I'm always updated on any security issues that might be happening during any sort of opening or event.
Okay, so I might ask you a question, just like a.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I know there was way more than one gun shooting at that helicopter. Like probably like 4 or 5 of them, at least. Automatic rounds. Is there any sort of documentation on them shooting at the helicopter, referencing it at all?
No, it's
Angel's
completely absent
testimony.
from any reports. Yeah,
Well,
Angel's
this is what I'm
testimony.
worried about. What if they deny the whole fucking thing?
well,
And then we don't have
they
access to.
can't.
But I mean, Faley and whoever the fuck the other guy was, they were up in the room, but they left at a certain point. I mean, he got dragged out, so they must have been outside. It was Faley and Dulio,
Which
right?
offices did they call?
So those two were, they were on their way out, licking their wounds, whatever the fuck happened. And then who was the third witness on that? Is that Spartan? Was it?
I think so. Give me a second. Let's see. So we just we submitted the police report. We called you and Dean Watson. Let's go down here a little bit. Yeah, they have Faley, Dulio, and Spartan.
And Spartan. So Spartan was not up in the room at any time. So he must have been outside.
Marlo said he saw Spartan on the roof. Spartan was the one that initially tried to arrest him and put him in the elevator.
He was on the roof.
Yep.
All right. So Spartan saw me getting the hell in the. Am I getting
Well-
called before they are?
Yeah, in this
Yeah, you
instance, you will. We just called Gomer and Dean, right?
Yeah, the only people we called were Gomer and Dean because we didn't know about Angel's involvement at the time.
Well, if you want a motion for a continuance, now is the time to do it, Splana. Like, it's literally the 11th hour, but...
Yeah, I might have to call the bar and let them know, I guess, because I really don't like the fact that all evidence was omitted about Angel's involvement, and then once we discovered Angel's involvement, we tried to get it entered. It was denied. Then we tried to
I mean, they got a
submit a
fucking
transcript.
stenographer, don't they? Like, I mean, what the hell is
Yeah,
this shit?
but we tried to
I-
add that and they denied it.
Yep. I would have to run down to the courthouse and ask for them to deny it like now, or ask for them to continue it.
Let's go now.
I did not see anyone on the rooftop, by the way. I guarantee you there wasn't any. I mean, they would have told me to stop. 100% if you're worried about that.
I think we can arrive at we can either plead the case or we might be able to arrive at a preponderance. There was nobody else there with automatic weapons. But that's a Hail Mary. That's
I mean,
barely
well,
preponderance.
if they did you hear any report of Dean's around right now? Oh, there you go.
Hello.
Hey, Mr. Dean.
Hello.
Hey, Dean.
We're gonna win tonight.
We should. The problem is that basically we discovered that there was a key witness during the criminal appeal, and that's Sergeant Brittany Angel. I tried calling her as a witness, and they denied it, saying that it's too soon. It's the case is too far along.
I mean,
So
does she hurt or help us though?
Help massively.
she helps us massively because she openly admits that the helicopter was fired upon.
She
by
gave the
officers.
order to
mean-
shoot.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, that's not in doubt, is it? I mean, it's
The
pretty
thing is
obvious.
I tried calling that as evidence, and they said that they're not allowing it.
Right, but I mean,
because-
the fact that the helicopter was shot upon is not in doubt, is it? I think we all know that that's.
No. Yeah,
happened.
the thing is that the district attorney's office could try to say, well, maybe somebody else with an automatic weapon fired upon it, and try to shake off preponderance. I think we have preponderance. I think we can go forward with tonight. It would just be it would be slamming the lock if we had Angel here as well.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, surely. I mean, if they say that it might not have been the police, then no.
I mean,
bigger issues.
They're 100 fucking percent that was going to be said over the radio to shoot the helicopter. And if they lie about that, then I mean, you go for perjury on all of them. I mean, it's very, very obvious. That was a very coordinated shot. I'll tell you that. There was shots from everywhere, from all different forms and facets of angles and all that. So that was definitely communicated over the radio.
Shannon, something that we could do is we could put it in the opening and the closing that they are trying to conceal the fact that this action happened, simply by the fact that they did not include it in the police report, even though it's a significant event to the narrative. I think that would be pretty good.
Yeah.
Who the hell is this person calling me?
Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. I just had bad vibes about the fact that LeBud denied us twice.
Yeah, I don't like that either, especially with new evidence being brought up too. I mean, nobody even asked her if she could be available. Like, who gives a fuck? If she said, "Yeah, it's fine, I can be there."
Okay. Yeah.
So are they saying that we can't admit it because it's too early to call? It's too late to call her, or because of her scheduling, or because they just don't want the evidence?
They're saying that it's too late to call her, even though, this case was scheduled quite a while back. And I said on the 20th, hey, we've discovered that Sergeant Angel is very crucial to us. We found that out through a different court case. I would like to call her. And they said, okay, well, you can call her, but she has no obligation to be there. We're not going to summon her via court order to be there.
Right.
And I was like,
So we
okay.
can still call her then, right?
I mean, we can still call her. They're just not going to force her to be there.
Right, but if we ask her to be there, then
maybe she might show up, but I can't imagine any reason as to why she would. And when they said, okay, well, we're not going to compel her to testify, I said, okay, then I'm going to submit this transcript, which is basically the only part that we care about. And they said, no, you're not allowed to submit that transcript either, which doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, why can't we submit the transcript?
Oh, it's a good fucking question, actually. I'm considering raising it, kind of like internally within the DOJ, because we get told, hey, there's transcripts of every court case. You can fucking reference transcripts of court cases. That is admissible evidence. And then when the one time we ever try to fucking do it,
right?
they say no.
They're like, we had to put it early because of the 7-day ruling, right? So, like, it's their own. We had to put it in early because of the 7-day ruling on the case, so they scheduled it But then there was something that come up after the 7-day ruling that would have been in fine if we could do it after 7 days, right? So seems like I'm going to go down there and talk to him.
So
Was he saying
Labar.
he's gonna? I think he's gonna go talk to the judges. Yeah. So we might. I guess we might want to
You
go
wanna
head
get
over
right
to.
there?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
This should be Okay, I guess Dean's gonna go down and talk to them. I don't think Dean came down.
Or maybe he went somewhere else.
Yeah, well, this should be interesting.
Hmm.
Oh, he's already flying. Is that him?
Yes, it is.
Oh, yep.
Ooh.
Coming?
Yeah, hell yeah, let's go.
It's a nice car.
Get some work done to him.
No, I'm not sure why it looks like this actually.
Dean's elevator's end in the car. Apparently. It's a really nice car.
On our other case with the loss of revenue, I noticed that the Rami's contract wasn't submitted yet.
Do I have a copy of that?
Then we create that on the with Rami in the penthouse.
Oh Jesus, yeah, I forgot to explain. What's your state ID?
2336.
Yeah, check your signatures on that. Sorry, I completely forgot to
Right.
send that over to you. I meant to send it over to you a while ago.
It's all good. What's it called?
VLC TGC. It's just a notification that there was an agreement of a specific value between the two.
Gotcha. Okay.
I completely fucking forgot to send that over to you. I do apologize.
It's all good.
Yeah, mind if I have a word real quick, Lamar?
If it's pertaining to the court case, probably shouldn't talk about it. You know,
It's about evidence to the court case.
evidence with the court case.
Evidence that you dismissed for reasons I can't figure out.
Which evidence?
Officer testimony, transcript.
It was
Okay.
the transcript for
Okay,
Angel.
so I'll explain it real quick. The other side tried to add Officer Angel after the cutoff time. Okay, and
Right, but the
That-
cutoff time was only a thing because there's a 7-day
no,
process on getting that court case in
No.
anyway.
no.
But
Well, I
anyway,
said-
I
okay,
like
okay,
it's
well,
not
I'm
about
gonna-
Angel
okay.
being here. It's about
Okay.
the fact that her testimony has a transcript from a previous court
Okay,
case. Why
I
can't we use that
understand that.
transcript?
Because, sir, it was after the cutoff time. He tried to slip it in there yesterday after the cutoff time for evidence and motions were to be accepted.
Yeah, but that's because that was a
It's
response
not
to
because of
motions
that.
being denied on
No, it's not.
Angel's
It is
being
not.
appearing.
Okay, so again,
So,
I
Your
have
Honor-
a specific cutoff time that I list, right? There was a request because there was issues with the city. to extend it for another 9 hours. I did grant that. Even after that time, then they wanted to bring Officer Angel as a witness. Now, I didn't feel that was fair to Officer Angel to be calling her when she didn't have a chance to list her availability when the court case was very first listed. Does that make sense to you? So
Okay.
now your lawyer is coming through and saying, well, here's this testimony and this transcript from a previous court case, right? After I had already said I want all motions and evidence listed by the 20th at 6 p.m. Okay.
Your Honor,
Which
it was
then got
listed by
pushed
that
to-
time.
It was not. Yesterday was the 21st.
I see it listed
Mhm.
on the 18th
Which one?
to call Brittany Angel.
Okay. Again.
Right, but
Gr-
so
okay,
I
so
understand the fact that the testimony request is late, but that's because this was submitted on the 18th, and by the time it got denied, it was late to pull the transcript because we assumed Angel could be a witness.
See,
Okay, so
again,
the
people
entire-
assumed that Angel could be a witness when I denied Angel being a witness because she was not listed as a witness in the very beginning. Does that make sense? And I was not going to force that on someone to be forced to come here and testify when they couldn't list their availability in the very beginning. Okay,
Mr. Watson, can I explain-
I've done this court hundreds of times. Okay, and even when people give their ability, they still don't show up. All right. Now,
But I mean,
the
I
ver-
don't care about.
Let me
the
explain
officer
something
showing up.
else to you, okay? Well, you clearly care enough because you're coming to me about it.
But the
okay?
transcript
Now,
is all we need.
I don't want the transcript, all right? Because the officer was not given the right to come here because they added her late. Does that make sense? Okay.
Okay,
The
Your
transcript's
Honor,
from a different court
can I
case.
explain?
Okay.
Mr. Watson, can I explain the chain of logic real quick? So, Justice Labar, the reason that we called Angel late is because she wasn't listed in the police report. We had no idea who
I am
shot
well
at
aware
the-
of that. And guess what?
So-
The other side that tried to call her didn't even reach out to her to ask her if she was going to be here. Did not say, "Hey, we're going to add you as a witness." I'm tired of lawyers not doing their job, and that's what the other side did. So if you have any anger issues, don't bring it to me. Take it to the other side that originally wanted to yank her in here. Okay.
But our
Your Honor, I
motion
think
was
there's a-
before the deadline. My lawyer
that was
here
us.
requested it on
Okay.
the 18th.
we were
I
trying
am
to call
talking
her.
about the other lawyers. All right. I know
Right.
you guys tried to call her.
Why does that
okay?
matter?
But I still did not want to hear her coming in here as a witness because she was not listed originally. And I understand your reasoning behind it. But again, well, what if Officer Angel said, guess what? I can't make it. Then what are we going to do?
Okay,
Delay the
so
court
you're-
case again because you're taking transcripts from a previous court case, right? I
It's
understand
very
what you're
relevant to
doing.
this court case.
Okay. All right. Well, we will get into court tonight and we'll see how relevant it should be or shouldn't be. But I've tried
What?
to explain this
Yeah.
many times.
I don't
okay?
get it.
And
Y-
people
Your
don't
Honor,
get
we
it.
can't
Exactly.
judge the relevancy of evidence being
Listen,
submitted to the court
Miss
if you
O'Banion,
won't allow us
again,
to submit the evidence to the court,
again.
Your Honor.
Again, they wouldn't even had a chance to argue that evidence because now you're bringing transcripts in and you're giving them 9 hours. 9 hours, 10 hours.
It wouldn't have been
you-
a
you see what I'm
transcript,
saying?
Your Honor.
That's
So this is an entire chain
again,
of logic, though. So
now
we
what
tried
if
to-
what if Officer Angel said, guess what, I can't make it to court? Then you're going to bring the transcripts and then the lawyers on the other side are going to be like, well, we need to delay this case another 48 hours because now we need to look over this entire transcript. Do you see what I'm trying
They
to do
were
here? I'm
there
trying
in
to
the
speed
court
up the
case,
process.
Your Honor.
Doesn't
so I
matter
don't-
if
I
they
don't-
were there or not. Okay.
Okay, I'm trying
So
to
basically,
amiably
you're fucking
explain.
us for no reason.
I am not fucking you. And the very fact that you just said that, I should throw out your court case right now for even saying that too.
I'm trying to describe this amiably
What you need
instead
to
of
do
nipping at
is,
each other's
is
throats.
take your client out of here right now before I do throw your court case out for saying I'm fucking you.
Yeah, Mr. Watson, if you
All right,
please,
yeah.
I don't. How many times do I have to ask that I can handle this? Jesus Christ.
I think you guys should actually be grateful he's not throwing it out right now. Because, you know, the back and forth on the docket itself, that stuff needs to stop going forward. And that comes from me, and that comes from everybody else. The back and forth that keeps happening on the docket, causing the anger and causing the frustration needs to stop.
Okay,
right?
Your Honor, but which back and forth are you discussing? Because on that docket is very much just
It doesn't
motions
matter if it's
back
that
and forth. Are
specific.
we
It
to
is
not
motions.
submit
And
motions, Your Honor?
I answered motions and I've answered them. I've given my logic. If you guys don't like it, I will remove myself from your court case tonight. I will dismiss the court case based off the grounds of your client saying I am fucking him when I'm not fucking him. Because I haven't made any assumptions of anything with this court case at all. I didn't even go to the last court case where your clients
So-
were there
As
involved.
neither
if-
did
if I
I,
may-
and as neither did
if I-
Holden. We are getting 3 brand
So,
new judges
if-
for this.
if I
who are
may
unbiased.
speak without us
think
all
that I'm
raising our
fucking-
No,
voices.
no, enough,
I won't,
enough. He
because
no,
I'm
let
done.
him speak.
I've answered. I've had to say what I had to say. I have no more questions to answer. I don't have to answer you. Okay. Have a nice day. Go calm your clients down and suggest to them that you don't say that one of the head judges on their court case is fucking them, because that's a good way to get your case thrown out of here for good.
Okay, so the only thing that I wanted to do was address the chain of
I am
logic
done
that's
speaking,
Splainer,
Mr.
it's
Splainer.
done.
We shouldn't even
Have
be having
a
this
good day.
conversation right now.
I fucking hate being
It's
talked
done.
over. Come on, Splainer. Zero fucking manners. I'm actually pissed off. I'm actually really pissed off. You just shout over us, like, it's...
Excuse me.
Yeah, but we can't even get a fucking word in edgeways, and none of them appear to be able to process the fact that we didn't know how vital Angel's testimony was until the case was already scheduled, because the criminal case came after this civil case was scheduled. This civil case was already scheduled when the criminal case happened. And because this civil case was already scheduled when the criminal case happened, that was the initial reason for denying Angel. So we've been basically stonewalled out of having vital testimony. I don't want to do this fucking court case. I don't even want to go in there. I don't want to speak to them. I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to do shit.
yeah, again.
The whole thing's a fucking mess, dude. The whole thing is a mess. And I don't like the way that we were just spoken to. I tried to get a word in and I got shouted over every time. I'm going for a break. Improb's AFK, thank you very, very much. Right, so here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. So... the court case was on the 16th, right? The court case was on the 16th. Then on the 18th, which was 2 days prior, so the original court case where we discovered that Angel's testimony would have been valuable. Let me start from the beginning. Angel's testimony happened on the 16th, right? Then we discovered that Angel's testimony in this case would have been valuable because she testified on the 16th, right? Then on the 18th, explain a motion to add her to the, you know, to this one. The motions and evidence must be submitted by the 20th, right? So we submitted 2 days early to ask for Angel. Then Labar on the 20th. So basically he said on the 20th he denied it, right? Then explain a motion to submit the testimony, and Loxley motion to, you know, said we need this, right? So we submitted it as soon as we fucking practically could, and he still denied it. It was within the window to submit motions and evidence to ask for Angel's testimony. Then as soon as we could, we asked to submit the fucking testimony in a transcript form, and it still got denied. And it's like we're being stonewalled from submitting the evidence that is vital to this fucking trial, and then getting shouted at when we go to the courthouse. It's like... for fuck's sake, dude. We asked, like 2 weeks ago, I asked if we could use testimony from previous trials in current trials, if it was relevant, and they said, yeah, no problem. So as soon as practically possible, we motioned to submit it.
Called Angel on Thursday because we learned Wednesday morning
2 days
that she was a key witness. Yeah, we learned that Angel was a key witness on Wednesday morning during the criminal appeal. We learned that because the cops never disclosed it, and that's something that I want to bring up in opening. Actually, is that the cops
fucking walking. I'm standing. You don't see me.
That the cops never disclosed who shot at the helicopter. That by this police report there is Brady material that is missing. And does Brady apply to civil court?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm really fucking pissed off by this. I am really fucking pissed off. Like the way that they just fucking spoke to us in there, and the fact that they're fucking stonewalling us here. I'm really fucking pissed off.
In the event that they argue that it wasn't the police shooting us,
they won't argue
motion
that.
to stay to court?
They won't argue that. The vital part of Angel's testimony is that they didn't know who was in the helicopter and they started shooting at it, right? That's the vital part of this testimony. Now, we can pull that from Spartan, we can pull that from Dan, we can pull that from whoever else, but they're probably gonna fucking lie, and they're gonna say we didn't make the call to shoot the chopper, because guess who fucking did? Angel, who we can't fucking call because Labar's being a cock, basically.
Basically, what we need to do, and I was explaining this to Splinter, is we need to get verification of where Spartan was during the shootout and where Faley was. If Faley had already brought Dulio down and saw the helicopter leaving, because then we have firsthand knowledge about it.
This needs to be
But if
continued.
Bailey was still inside
needs
the
to be a
building-
continuance. This
Well, if
needs
Bailey
to
was
be
still
a
in-
continuance.
Do we want to push it? Do we want to
Otto
push for
said
that
he'll
then?
kill him if
They're-
he needs to.
They're
Okay.
who?
Otto.
Oh,
I'm really fucking pissed off. Like, we submitted everything as soon as practically fucking possible and got fucking stonewalled by Labar, and then I can't even fucking talk because the guy's fucking constantly shouting at me. I can't get a fucking word in edgeways. And now we gotta go present a fucking trial to that guy and maybe get it. We're not gonna fucking win anything because the guy's in a shitty fucking mood and I can't even fucking talk to the dude.
Yeah, this guy sounds like a complete twat to me.
Isn't this supposed to be a panel anyway?
It is a panel.
But he's literally done nothing but to fucking stonewall it and then fucking shout in my face.
Yeah. Yeah. We need a new judges.
He offered
Otto.
if we wanted him to recuse, he would.
Well, how many judges were standing watching that conversation though?
Pretty much all of them.
Yeah, so we don't really have a choice.
Yeah, I think Holden was the only one who wasn't there listening to that conversation. So if we want to motion to recuse all of them and make it to where Holden is single judge over it.
Yeah, I think so. Let's try that.
Sure.
Will it have to be rescheduled if that's the case?
No,
that's a
Holden
long
is supposed to
time.
be here at 6
Also,
p.m.
I was
He's one of
legally
he's one of the
required to put
original members
this.
of the panel.
Yeah, let's go and do that.
Thank you for 34 months,
The only
David.
problem with Holden is that
You probably want to
he was
fucking
party to the other
spectate this
case,
shit,
so-
but I'm not gonna. I'm fucking
He was
pissed off,
party to the
Otto.
other
I'm
case?
real
Well, he was
fucking
he was
pissed
a-
off.
You know the head.
No, Holden was not head judge for the criminal appeal.
Holden. I don't know that.
This
Judge.
is for the helicopter one, Otto. I don't know if you need to be there. All right, bye.
No, he doesn't. Otto doesn't need to be here for this one. I hope he doesn't go shoot a judge.
Well, that would definitely allow.
It's
for
a very Otto thing to do.
Would definitely allow for a continuance, though, wouldn't it?
I suppose. Either that or they would dismiss it based on hostile action.
From a third party? I hate to see that.
Well, it's not
Excuse
really
me.
a third party.
Excuse me.
Where did he go?
I have no idea.
You grab some food.
I probably need to do that too.
Sorry. Thank you very, very much, Mick. And thank you very much, Improv to AFK as well. Ugh. Like, we've done everything as soon as we possibly could, and we're still
We might be able to
fucked.
look at like a bank transaction, but I don't know. It's too late for that now.
Yeah, it would be.
Ah,
See you in a bit, Mick.
Okay, well, I guess I'm going to shore up this paperwork and see if we're good on that front. Loxley, you need me to share this to you, right?
Yeah, please just drop it in there.
Mr. Watson, do you
sense.
remember anything after being knocked out? Do you remember anything about the helicopter crash?
No, I recovered consciousness in the ambulance after being pulled out of the helicopter.
Okay, then that's what I'll limit your scope to, and basically I'll just essentially the have you say the EMS said that you weren't you were pulled out of helicopter wreckage.
Yeah,
Mr. Colton,
he told
this
me
is
I was
gonna
like
fall
squashed
heavily on
between
your
the
shoulders
chairs
here,
and
sir.
stuff.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm gonna try and get the office. The only thing that I can fucking do here is try and get the officers to bring into testimony that Angel fucking said to shoot at the helicopter, or Bass.
Anyone for that matter,
If,
if there was any
you-
chatter over the radio.
Sure, if you want to include that into the notes.
Look, we can do fucking go out of the gaps again and just say, look, these cops shot at a fucking helicopter. They had no idea who was in it. Like that's all we can go on because we can't pull fucking Angel's testimony, and I am really irritated by this.
I also
I
feel
am
like
really irritated, to be honest
Shannon,
with you.
I was explaining to Splinter outside. I think where we can try to get them is gross incompetence in an attempt to hide this information, since nowhere in the police report does it say anything about there being a helicopter.
That's
That
correct.
word helicopter is nowhere in there.
Yeah, the report seems to end after Dan shoots his own friend in the head.
That's exactly when it ends. And they spoke to nothing about going back up. They spoke nothing about the interactions with you going back on scene, Mr. Watson, and peacefully negotiating the whatever the situation was, that standoff, I guess, after having been recovered from a hospital injury.
Yeah, we probably could have sued on that as well, to be honest. The fact that they pulled me out of the hospital to come do hostage negotiations for him.
Yeah, exactly. We've got, there's other avenues here, but the fact that they never mentioned, I'm just reading through this again. Yeah, the word helicopter is nowhere mentioned in the police report. Not one singular place. They had 13 police officers listed as having been involved, but only 2 of them spoke to the actual report itself. What the fuck were the other 11 cops doing?
Can somebody give me?
Yeah, what a huge fucker. Well, are we getting this judge out of here? Or...
Oh, nice. Oh, do you want these nuts or AOL rocks?
I feel like removing a judge is like trying to remove one single cockroach from your house. Like, you're gonna get rid of one, but there's 13 other ones, and they all kind of work in cahoots with one another, right? So I don't know if it's gonna benefit us at all.
I mean, can't we, on the grounds this guy's clearly a fucking idiot, it doesn't know what he's talking about, because none of his stuff actually makes sense. Can't we, on those grounds, get him refused?
I wasn't party to the conversation, so I'll have to defer to Splinter about it.
Just imagine 10 minutes of Justice the Boss shouting at me, and you're pretty much on point.
He literally, none of it, what he said is true, and we tried to correct him. He's like, no, go fuck yourself, basically.
Aren't judges' positions supposed to be elected? I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, are they actually? I don't think they are. I think they're assigned.
Well, they're like chief ones are appointed, I believe. But I believe you have to elect the judge.
Oh, it's just irritating, man.
I mean, but the fact is, based on the conversation we had, he doesn't even understand the case, doesn't even understand what happened, doesn't even understand that it was fucking Splainer that called Angel and not some other person he was talking about. He doesn't understand that it's his own fault, the testimony can't be put in. Like, everything is wrong about this case. I don't really want him presiding over it if he doesn't even know what's going on.
So it basically boils down to if you want a motion to continue or not.
I think what we can do here instead is issue a preemptory challenge and get Thomas and LeBar taken off of it.
Wait, was Thomas also being belligerent?
Well, that's
Thomas backed up
Thomas
LeBar.
there, right?
That sounds normal. Okay. They're
Because they're what?
peanut butter and jelly. Those two.
Oh, do you want to do that prior to the case there, or during it?
It would be a pre-trial motion. We would either issue directly before the court convenes, or we would issue it on the docket. Going up to Justice LeBar as he sits right now and saying, "Hey, we're issuing a preemptory challenge against you." He's just going to say, "Neat, bring it up to the court case."
If that's
And
an
this would
angle
be,
you want to go with, but I don't think.
Yeah.
How do you think Holden will react to that?
I do not know. Holden was not witness to the event, but LeBar already offered to recuse himself, so I think LeBar would just be like, "Fine, I'm out."
Yeah, this the thing that concerns me is the conversation we had. He was clearly missing facts and clearly missing the point.
And if I may, Mr. Watson, I was trying to explain those facts to him, and you kept talking over me.
Yeah,
let me
I
ha-
understand-
let me
I
ha-
all
understand
the
that
sacks
for
under
sure.
the dick.
But, I mean, he's just why do we want to judge that clearly doesn't even know
You
what's
like
going
that?
on our case?
Yeah, and that's why we issue the preemptory challenge against him for the cases of bias that he has a personal bias against you, and that's clarified by that conversation.
All right, sure.
And I think that's the route we go with here, at least in my opinion. Because I think if we try to motion for a continuance at this point, they're just going to say no, and they're going to force the case to convene anyway.
That's why I asked. Like, can we swap the judge without changing the schedule? Is that not?
So what I essentially do is a preemptory challenge is a motion that forces a judge to step away from a case due to personal bias. What I'm saying is that he has a negative opinion about you, Mr. Watson, as a person, so that he cannot hear your case justly, and that's what a preemptory challenge is. I'm saying that because of that conversation, I'm saying because of that conversation, he now has a negative opinion of you, and thus will not serve you justice. So I issue a preemptory challenge against Labar and Thomas, and Holden becomes the only judge that's hearing the case after that.
Hi, Bondage. Yeah, it might be the way to go.
That's the possibility.
So let's say we don't get the answers from the witnesses that are already up there that we need. Can we motion to like fucking postpone the case and reorganize it because we need a testimony that actually makes sense?
Well, if we're gonna do that, we would want to do that now. We'd want a motion for continuance now and say that her testimony is indeed vital.
There is another way, and it's a little bit more of a dramatic way.
Which I did.
But there is a way.
Do.
Mistrial.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Well, what does that mean? Does that mean after the case is done, we file for mistrial?
No, you file for a mistrial while the case is being heard, and essentially this would be very dramatic and it would piss a lot of people off, but it also would drive the point home. Essentially what we would do is, as the plaintiff, we would call Sergeant Brittany Angel to the stand, and when they get mad at us and say, Sergeant Brittany Angel is not here to testify, we motion for mistrial because material evidence is missing.
I like that. I like drama. Let's do that way.
Please understand, though, that if they don't grant this, we're basically going to get laughed out of the courtroom.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. They would.
You'll receive. Obviously, I know you. I don't know how the casino's been doing here lately, but you'll basically receive nothing. It's kind of like
we're going to receive nothing
pushing
without
all
that
in.
testimony and the cops lie anyway, right? So.
True. I mean, you're pushing all in with Ace 2 is what you're doing.
No, but what I'm saying is, we tried to get her in. He told me to go fuck myself, right? So I feel like we got grounds for that, to be honest.
I love that he made his own character model,
I don't know.
dude.
You guys know what you're doing the most, I guess.
But they already know their shit don't stink. So you call mistrial, they're gonna deny it. I mean, why would they ever say that?
That's what I'm afraid of as well.
They already think they're doing everything perfect by the book, and they can't do no wrong. So I mean, in their courtroom, I'm not doing nothing wrong. The fucking egos right now are ridiculous. They would never grant that.
I mean, so essentially, if you wanted to be dramatic about it, you could mistrial based on grounds of manifest necessity, and the manifest necessity would be the missing essential witness. So the inconvenience of rescheduling a court case does not outweigh the value of you receiving justice in the civil claim, and that would be the basis of the motions, and it's going to piss a lot of people off. So essentially, we could do opening statements, and then I try to call Sergeant Brittany Angel, and they say Sergeant Brittany Angel is not available to be summoned to court today, and then I motion for mistrial on manifest necessity, and we see where it goes from there, I guess.
Well, that was the other thing that kind of pissed me off too. Is Labar's first dismissal basically said he wasn't going to force her, but it was implied, based on how I read it, that if she happened to be here, she could still be called as a witness.
Yep.
Then once I repealed to the fact that we would like her to be ordered to come, that's when the lady judge was basically like, no, we're not going to do that. She's not going to be a judge here, or not going to be a witness here. Excuse me. And I was like, whoa, that's not what Labar said, though. At least that's not how I interpreted his entering of that information.
What did Angel say?
Angel basically
She
said
said nothing. She said nothing.
she never replied.
She didn't respond.
No, Dean talked to her.
Oh. I don't know.
Oh, you in Deanie land again?
No, she basically said, I just offered her to sit in the front seat, in the front row of the court. I didn't say, can she come and testify?
But did she seem available?
No, I don't think she wants to do it.
Of course not. She's if she comes here and has to testify based on her previous testimony, it's a slam dunk.
Right, but I wasn't asking her to testify. I was literally just asking her to sit in the front row.
I see.
That's the thing, is that they know. They must have seen this fucking case. They know.
Well, they did. Labar was there.
They know.
Or not, Labar wasn't there, but I don't know. Was Labar there? I think he might have been there.
After court.
It's that they know how vital it is and still didn't. I don't get it.
Are they like trying to test our metal here to see if we can
I
argue
do not-
this in
I
some
do
other
not
Oh
know.
yeah, let's just remove a vital piece of evidence and see how well you do. All right,
But
good luck.
The most important piece of evidence, because there's no mention of a helicopter anywhere else.
I mean, if we know the cops as a unit shot the helicopter, it don't fall on. I mean, it's qualified immunity, ain't it? On the person who gave the order, it doesn't really matter. It falls down on the department as a whole, don't it?
What we're trying to prove though here is that they fired on a helicopter that they didn't know who the passengers were.
Yeah, they didn't know.
It was a civilian helicopter.
Yeah,
They had
they
no
didn't
reason
know
to
that it
fire
was a
on you
threat.
guys. They had no reason
Yeah.
to fire on you. There was no threat there.
I mean, you could say, was it ever communicated over the radio who was getting in the helicopter?
The problem with that is it's all hearsay though, outside of Faley and Dulio's testimony, and they were inside the casino.
Yeah, I
That's
really
why-
think that we have a solid argument for manifest necessity here.
That's
And
why.
it's going-
That's why. Go ahead. Spider.
Well, okay, so
It's
something
going
that we
to piss
could
a lot of
do,
people off.
We could call all of our witnesses. We could literally get to the point where the defense is gonna rest, and then try and call Angel, depending on how we think it's going. And then mistrial on manifest necessity. If we think it's not going too hot, manifest necessity. If we think we got enough from the testimony of officers and shit that the DA didn't object, carry it through.
The problem is, don't you have to call me and Dean first, and then they call the cops? So are you going to be able to call Angel at that point?
Well, didn't we list Spartan?
We did not list Spartan. We didn't list any of the cops. We only
Wait, look
have Dean and Gomer.
Fuck.
Because I mean, those are the only officers. Those are the only people we know of that are
Yeah, we
involved.
could,
because they didn't
Alexis,
provide us
but
with
it
any
got
sort of
denied.
evidence about what happened.
We literally, that is allowed.
Mr. Watson, are you feeling
I've
okay?
got
You look like you got a fever there. Do you need to go home? Maybe then we can get a continuance.
I've got permission to do that. We asked if that was something we can do. Can we use testimony from previous cases, you know, in future cases? We've had that confirmed in the DOJ chats, and yet it was still denied.
Is the continuance the best course of action right now?
In my opinion, yes, because the evidence that we need, we don't have because they wouldn't allow it.
Despite the fact that it came up after the deadline. Well, it didn't even come up after the deadline. He's just fucking denying it.
Well, technically, I mean, it came up after the scheduling, but not after the deadline,
Yeah.
which wasn't our fault because we didn't know about the information until after the scheduling anyway.
Yeah. I think saying something along the lines of, Your Honor, due to the fact that new evidence came up after the scheduling, but prior to the submission of, prior to the deadline for the submission of motions and evidence, and despite our best efforts to introduce said evidence in a manner that would be agreeable to the court, Justice Labar has again and repeatedly, along with Justice Thomas, or Judge Thomas, I should say, stonewalled any efforts by us, including efforts that have previously been confirmed by the DOJ, such as submitting testimony from previous trials, which is true and on the record. We motion for a continuance at this time.
So, yeah, either that or essentially what the manifest necessity route would do is it would get the case dismissed, but we would have 7 days from today to refile the case with Brittany Angel listed as an initial witness rather than an add-on witness.
Hell, and kind of piss off the judge. I almost want to add every single cop that was mentioned in the report.
They'll limit you to 6, but
I know, but you understand.
You could call 6 and ask them superficial questions, sure.
You know where I'm going with that.
Yeah, you could just call all 6 and like all the ones that you know don't matter, like
but
the 4 that you know
that Mr. Colton and Mr. Watson's time here either.
Yeah, but it would just be it would be a spike call at that point. You would just call them up and say, "Did you fire upon the helicopter? Do you know who fired upon the helicopter? Did you have an automatic weapon on you?" Okay, next witness. And you would ask those 3 questions to all the witnesses just to prove a point.
Could we ask Judge Stanton, since he wasn't there?
At this point, I know Goma wants to...
Oh, hold up. Whoa, gentlemen. Judge Stanton, you judged the criminal case, right?
Yeah.
You're president of the criminal case, right? Can we get your opinion
Hell
on something?
yeah.
Because obviously you're recused from the civil cases on the grounds that you judged the criminal, right?
Shit. Yeah, I can't
Exactly.
do shit.
So, have you been following the most recent civil case that's happening today?
Hell no.
Okay, so the criminal case took place on the 16th, by which time this civil case that's due for today was already scheduled. All right? Judge LaBarre set a deadline for motions and evidence of the 20th. On the 18th, we requested to submit a witness. Judge LaBarre denied it on the grounds that the case was already scheduled. We did not know that we would need that witness until the criminal case happened, which was, after this case was scheduled. So we did not know that witness was going to be vital to the case until the criminal case, which was after this case was scheduled. And that was LaBarre's grounds for denying it, is that we couldn't add her to the witness list because this case was already scheduled, which kind of, leaves our hands tied. I'm sure you'll agree. Now, if you remember, some time ago, we inquired as to whether we could submit...
Come on, Buck, let's go.
All right.
We inquired
don't do it.
as to...
They're just going to claim you're fucking them over. Come on.
We inquired as to whether we could, a while ago, I inquired as to whether I could submit, whether we could submit testimony from previous court cases into evidence, and that was a yes.
With it.
So,
I think
explainer attempted to do that, and Judge LaBarre again denied it. So, we're kind of torn on whether we should motion for a fucking continuance or not, because we now have a manifest necessity for this witness, and at every single turn, despite our best efforts, it's been roadblocked by LaBarre and Thomas, who are 2 of the sitting judges on this trial.
I'll be right back.
I would talk to LaBarre about it.
We tried. He shouted in my face.
Yeah. Try again so you can get a conversation with him, because
you heard
that's where we're at.
That's not gonna work there, Buck.
Look, you gotta do what you gotta do, all right? You gotta
keep
on going. I gotta go to a bench trial down at MRPD. That's why I'm trying to walk away quick.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
all right.
Sorry
I'll check y'all
for
later,
taking
though.
your time. All right.
All good.
You too. I'm working on it. That's what I was here for.
If you want to go for continuance,
we could go for all of it. We could motion for a continuance. They
if he
deny
denies it, we'll go. Yeah, okay.
Then we go for mistrial.
Let me try and do it on my own.
I have nothing to say to you, ma'am. Have a good day.
We wish to motion for continuance.
Under what grounds?
Manifest necessity of Sergeant Angel's testimony.
Well, you can ask for that inside the courtroom when court starts.
Right.
What? What?
Ask for that inside the courtroom once the court starts.
Okay. Then yeah, I guess that's what they're gonna go for.
And the guy's still being a fucking dick. So.
Yeah, I mean his conduct is why I'm going to be looking for that preemptory challenge.
So you want to go in that order? Preemptory challenge of LaBarre and Thomas.
Motion for a continuance. Try to be amiable about it. If they don't go for the continuance, then
Do you know if I
actually,
vote over
we
here
don't want
for that
Labar
thing?
or Thomas to have an opinion on the
I saw the
continuance,
booth
do we?
before
So
over there.
we would issue the preemptory challenge
Yes,
first.
exactly.
And then once, whether we get a yay or nay on the preemptory challenge, we would then motion for a continuance on the current case. If they deny that, then we go to calling our first witness as Angel. They obviously say that Angel is not there. Then we file mistrial on manifest necessity. So it's a threefold argument as to why this should not be heard today.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we've tried literally everything to be amiable and do as the judges fucking, ask, and
That conversation and not being able to explain the chain of logic in a calm and mediated fashion.
Quick question. I'm
What
not
up?
presiding over this case. I need help. Does anybody know how to parallel park?
Yes.
yes.
Okay. I need assistance. I don't know how to.
All right.
Stanton let me borrow his car. His whole thing. Reggie refuses to teach me how to parallel park. I texted 911, help, help, help. I'm dying. Nobody's here.
Well, the chances are this case isn't going to get heard today anyway.
No.
Yes.
That's not good.
Well, it's a
Hold on.
damn shame, but you know what?
Glass, I'm dying! I can't parallel park! Help me! I'm in this way. Help, help, help! Hi, yeah, it is. See, this is the car. Come this side, come this side, come this side. Okay, look. See, I kind of got it. It took a long time to get to this point.
You don't even need to parallel park there. There's nothing behind it.
No, there's Allison's car, and I may or may not have accidentally, been in its vicinity a little bit.
What?
I need help parallel parking, you guys.
What do you mean you need help parallel park?
But car and said I gotta park it up. I don't know how to drive stick shift.
Oh my lord, fine.
I almost hit a scooter.
Give me the damn keys.
No, I can do it.
What?
I just need help.
What do you mean you need help?
Glass,
I
you
just need help parallel
got
parking. I don't know how to parallel.
Glass, you gotta move your car and then we'll move them
Claire,
through.
how could you? Oh my god, you stole my hairstyle! On top of Angel's boyfriend! What the fuck? Oh my god, you're friends! I was sleeping with Fred!
I'm not sleeping with Fred, I fucking hate that guy!
Who says he hates you?
He threatened to take my license the other day!
Oh my god! Listen, he's cheated on Angel, and it's a whole thing, and we thought he was cheating with you, and then tried to say the Glass is cheating on me.
Anissa
It's a
just
whole
fucking
thing.
failed to
It's
parallel
not
park,
funny.
bro. Look at that.
The bitch that he's staying with right now. Oh my god, you look so pretty. I love you. Anyway,
Wait,
everybody's mad at you.
Wait, who's mad at me?
Everybody's mad. I can't parallel
I've
park.
been getting hazed the past week. I've been getting
Okay,
hazed
good
every
luck.
day.
God, I would look really good in BCSO. No, Angel says that you're a monster. And I defended you.
I don't know, dude. This case shouldn't be here today.
I'm very proud.
They're
Make sure
getting even
you-
better too.
Make sure you compensate whoever's done that for you, very well.
Yeah, I give them sandwiches.
Excellent. Yes, lots of sandwiches.
Sorry, I keep hitting my microphone with my cable. It's Luna Oni. What's their stream?
Miss O'Banion, deep breaths, darling. Deep breaths.
I just don't appreciate being fucking shouted at by a judge. Like, by a justice, even. I don't appreciate not being able to fucking get a sentence out in an amicable manner.
Yeah, and I mean, he should be able to differentiate who's talking to him.
Agreed. If you were some, street criminal or something, it'd be a different set of circumstances.
I mean, I think a lawyer communicating a very basic fact of fucking dates shouldn't be something that needs to be shouted over. You know, you shouldn't need to shout in someone's fucking face because of that. But I guess that's what Judge Thomas and fucking Justice Labar do. I suppose. I guess that's where their fucking maturity level is.
Yes, I need money though. I need 20 grand to buy a house.
They're gonna need a lot more than that when this new tax law rolls out.
Wait, what?
You haven't heard? You haven't seen it yet?
Nothing.
So they're gonna be taxing pretty much everything. They're taxing businesses. Business taxes are standard, 15% or 3% of the revenue.
All right, that hasn't changed.
No, that's still the same. But they're also, going to look at individuals too for specific taxes. They're going to be taxing, child support, lottery winnings. If you go hunting and you earn money hunting, they're going to tax that. If you buy and sell a house, they're going to tax the profits on the house sale.
Capital gain, yeah.
Yep, exactly. They're just going to, but they're going to be a breakdown of all the different taxes that you're going to be essentially responsible for.
Sorry, I pay my income tax on my that's where most of my money comes from anyway, and that's only after a certain date, I'd imagine.
Well, they're still working on, statute of limitations kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, they gonna fuck people if they're backdating that.
I agree.
And I guarantee you
Law of
there
the
will be
land,
dead people.
You can't do that.
No, that's the conversation I had with Buck.
Ex post facto.
Yep. That's the conversation I had with Buck the other day about it. They need to set some sort of statute of limitation, and they also need to be, diligent in their getting or requesting the information and when it can be received. Because basically what he said was they're just going to roll some, if there's 500 people, of residents in the city, they're just going to roll the biggest, largest die that you've ever seen, and whatever number it hits, that's who they're going to audit. And they're going to do that to businesses as well. As last I heard, there was like 47 or 48 active businesses.
Yeah, it's fine. We got our books straight in order.
Yep, exactly. But think about the people who don't.
Yeah, well,
that's what I'm saying. They better hope they get their shit together.
you're gonna have a lot of work in front of you.
I don't know if I can handle that amount of work.
Well, what you should do is just set up basic books.
Yeah, I have.
That would apply to most of these businesses. And then if there's some special case for whatever fucking reason, if it's a cash business, it's a transaction business, you know what I'm saying? Services, goods.
I have that. As long as the business is operating, within the scope of the law, everything's good. There won't be any issues. Unfortunately, there may or may not be businesses
This week.
Where money's not being flowed through correctly.
Her is such a shit.
Or individuals who, like I said, have a very large sum of money or assets that have no job.
Well, cash business is gonna be big coming soon.
Yes.
What are some major cash businesses out there right now?
Well, obviously the casino is one.
Bars.
What's that, Shannon?
Bars and clubs.
Yep, bars, clubs, restaurants.
Taxi,
casino.
Well, the thing is, casino really isn't a big cash business.
Well, not currently because of how you guys are, distributing the chips and things.
Right.
It could be. That's a conversation for a different place.
Yep. I mean, the only cash business we do is for poker events that we deposit. That gets tracked straight in.
That makes sense.
So it's a straight deposit, then we pay out, and that's a part of the revenue.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's what I think she wants to talk to me about, just to make sure everything's streamlined efficiently, which it should be. I have faith in having reviewed what you sent over to me, that it's not going to be an issue. And
Yeah,
actually,
it's updated as well.
I saw that. I actually looked at them earlier today.
What happens if we fire somebody before they get paid?
Depends on the offer of employment, I guess. And if you want to get sued.
I mean, you could always pay them out, and then you know, pay them out whatever their last check was.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
we did that with Aaron. We paid her off and then fired her.
Yep. You don't even. I mean, you can fire her and then just pay her for her last check whenever your next payroll cycle is. You ever had a job where you had to where you quit or got fired and had to go, tail between your legs, tuck in, walk through the door, and have them hand you a paper check?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same type
shit
of
that people do.
Let's just say, I mean, the guy we fired, he hasn't been around. I've been seeing him, so.
It exists.
I wouldn't worry about him then.
It exists. It's an
He
app
wants his
that
money.
exists.
He knows where to go.
Yeah, exactly. He hasn't really asked for it.
I wouldn't worry about him. And currently, although there was a vote, this week or last week about right to work here in the state.
What was it? What was it by default? It was.
It is Los Santos is a right to work state. Meaning, well, you can fire somebody without justification at any point.
All right. So, okay.
The vote was questioning whether you had to be justified or not.
All right. So it wasn't justified, and they're asking if you should be.
There's no fucking point using
Correct.
Tinder right now.
Okay.
For the entire fucking year,
So
it's like
technically we're not
swiping and
obligated for
matching with
shit
people
then.
on Tinder,
Nope,
and then it's
as of
like,
right
well,
now,
I
no,
guess
I
we
don't know what
can't
the vote
fucking
ended up
meet.
being.
So this was kind of
We need to
pointless.
sync on anything else. I'm going to sit
Because
in
I'm
otherwise.
not going to continue a conversation for
think
two
you're okay
fucking
I think we do need
Years.
to head over in there though, just to show that we're there.
Sorry, what was that?
yeah, fucking whatever.
Howdy, howdy.
Hello.
Howdy, howdy.
Excuse me.
Hello,
Hey, man.
sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
Wrong side, Dean.
Yeah, we're over on this side if we're making the claim.
Well, learn something new every day.
And Gomer, since you're a co-claimant, you can take a seat if you want.
All right. Thank you.
To be honest, Gomer, I don't care if we win this one. I'd rather just fuck the judges.
Yeah. I'll be right with it. Whatever we do.
Well, are we still going to pursue the other?
I mean, I want to win this because I would like to get paid.
Yeah, exactly. I would too. Are we still going to? Well, I mean, we're still going to pursue the other case too, right? If it ever gets accepted.
Marlowe or the because the Marlowe one's the only one that's not accepted. Judge Artson's taken the loss of income, which I think I need to shore up that the evidence
Yeah, I
in there.
sent you over that contract. Obviously, you got that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
completely fucking forgot about it, honestly.
It's all good. It's all good. As long as we get it in. I mean, they haven't even scheduled that one yet, so obviously we're not outside of the discovery period, so we should be fine.
Agreed.
It should be interesting. I don't think. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens.
Judge Holden's on his way.
Heck yeah.
Allison was fixing one issue, and we should be good.
Mr. Colton.
Sounds good.
Oh, yes, sir.
When they pulled you out of the Bernie wreckage, did they find any firearms on you at all?
Yes, sir.
They did. Okay.
Hunting rifle and a pistol.
Okay. Had you fired
1911.
it? Had you fired it?
Nope.
Were you GSR tested?
Yep, twice. Negative.
Okay, cool. That's all I need. That's we will probably ask you those questions just to pose that the helicopter was at no point ever a threat. It's not like you guys were, you were shooting out of it while you were flying. Who the hell could do that?
Right.
Fucking James Bond.
I never got that gun back either. Neither one of them.
Okay. Do you have any recollection after the explosion and they pulled you out? Were you conscious or no?
Yes. I blacked out on the way down, but because of G-force or something like that. But
Sure.
yep. After that, no, I didn't. I remember.
Okay. And you remember which cop pulled you out or which cop?
Yep, Sergeant Angel.
Okay, cool. That's what I figured. Shit. All right.
Yeah, Angel and Svensson both GSR tested me.
Okay. I'm asking these in case we have to, proceed with this.
All right, well, we'll definitely need to ask those questions anyway. If we...
Right. That's all I'm doing is preparing him for that.
Yeah.
Okay, so order of operations: issue the preemptory challenge to try to force recusal. Motion for a continuance, whether or not the preemptory challenge goes through. If the preemptory challenge and the motion for continuance both fail, then we call Sergeant Angel as a witness and
Mr.
motion
Splainer,
for
I can
mistrial.
hear you.
Sorry, Your
Jesus
Honor.
Christ. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I'm sure you are. Must be embarrassing.
It's very echoey in here, sir.
Yeah.
The marble is quite acoustic.
Nice.
Anyway.
No. For what reason? There's literally no reason. They're idiots.
Madam, I can hear you calling me an idiot, so thank you. I guess this goes both ways.
I recommend you kind of keep your mouth quiet there, Miss O'Banion. Thank you.
Well, that just substantiates our.
I know it must be
continuous
tough.
Excuse
Yeah,
me,
that's fine.
Justice.
I said I know it must be tough. You want me to say it a little louder for you? I know it must be tough.
Sure talks a lot of shit for someone who's been wrong the whole day.
I'm not going to dignify that with a response.
Nor am I. Anyway, so essentially we just preemptory challenge, motion for continuance. Both of those fall through. Call Sergeant Angel. Motion for mistrial, manifest necessity. Easy day.
If those motions are denied and we have to proceed, then we'll just have to fall back on.
Then we can proceed.
Yep, that's just what we'll have to do.
Yep.
Waiting on one more judge to show up who's having an audio issue, and then we'll be ready to go.
Sure.
Actually fucking bonkers. DA Green isn't even here.
No, that's why she had the other people. She had special prosecution for this.
Yeah,
Right?
she had Birch
Not what that's
first show
called,
up,
but yeah.
so they're all here.
What's that called? Because not special defenders of the people.
Special defender of the police department after shooting fucking people down in a helicopter.
Yeah, no shit. It's like
Thank you very much for the follows, guys. giant fucking hat, dude. Doug's like 20-gallon hat. I forget what he calls it.
Look at the size hat on that guy. Do you see that monster?
Is that Holden?
It's Holden, Thomas, and the bar, yeah. In order, Holden.
If Holden's talking to Labar now,
watch that?
Are we fucked? Or?
Well, Labar has probably just described what he heard.
Yeah.
Explain say.
He's probably filling in, holding in on it as well.
Shouldn't he be non-privy to this?
No, they're thick as thieves, Mr. Watson. Thick as thieves, these guys.
What day was
Does
this?
anyone here have a bandage for
What day was this trial scheduled?
Justice Holden before we get started? Or any kind of first
today?
aid?
It seems like mine were confiscated.
No, but when was it scheduled? As in?
Oh, when, hang on, I have it. Let me take a look. Oh,
What-
shit, I don't have
what
my phone.
date?
Would you like an IFAC, Your Honor?
Yeah, give me a sec. I can tell you.
He should be all right now.
Okay.
Tuesday. 16th. Okay, and then the criminal case was the 18th, correct? Or the criminal case was the 16th as well?
Yes, the criminal case was the 16th. It was scheduled at 8:45 in the morning Eastern. We didn't find out about Brittany Angel's direct involvement until had to have been close to midnight. The same date. So, considerable amount of time afterward.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get started today. As you see before us, the three judges are here. The case is going to be Dean Watson versus the state, basically. No? The Diamond Casino, correct. Yes, sorry about that. All right, I'm going to call this court into session. We're going to get everything started, all right? If there's any last-minute things, please let me know now. Otherwise, we're going.
Your Honor, there are a few pretrial motions that we would like to introduce for this case before it is called into session.
Okay.
The first one is going to be a peremptory challenge against Judge Thomas and Justice Labar to ask for their recusal from this case due to a negative verbal altercation with the plaintiff directly before this court case happened. We believe that it addresses to bias.
Okay, so you'd like myself and Labar to be removed from this case?
Yes, that is the plaintiff's request that Judge Holden hears this case.
You do understand the precedent that sets that any plaintiff or defendant can come up and tell a judge that you're fucking my case over just to get a judge removed from their court case, right?
I don't believe that simple verbal interaction would substantiate such a claim. The only reason that I'm asking for it is because there was a significant back and forth that even in my attempts to mediate it, I was unable to control. And I believe that speaks to personal bias between both parties against one another.
Nonetheless,
as in
as
my
the
case.
impartial judge here, excuse me, ma'am.
I guess it's just a
as
fucking
the
thing that I get
neutral
talked
judge
over
here,
all the time.
Having heard both
Okay.
sides, it would have been your responsibility, Mr. Splainer, to control your client from approaching a judge in an antagonistic manner and, politely tell
Can I
him
respond to
to
that?
shut it. So I'm inclined to deny that request for recusal at this
Can I
time.
respond to that or no?
Judge Holden, if I may.
You may.
The interaction prior to the final statement by my client was both heated and inflammatory from Justice Labar there, including multiple instances of raising his voice and talking over me to interrupt me as we attempted to discuss this in a civil manner. There are simple facts at hand that were entirely dismissed by virtue of talking over me. And
Is there-
Mr. Splainer
let me interrupt you for a
prior
moment.
to the statement, Your Honor.
Let me interrupt you for a moment. Is there any reason you couldn't wait until this was in session to raise those concerns?
We feel it is most appropriate to raise these concerns prior to the court being in session, as was the advice of Justice LeBar there.
Well, I'm not exactly comfortable taking off-record statements and dramatically altering the course of a court proceeding based on things that I did not hear, that I'm being asked to decide upon. What exactly did Chief Justice LeBar have to say?
Well, he
in
offered
these
to recuse
multiple
himself.
instances? Okay, that's one instance.
Well, I mean, I didn't have a stenographer at hand there, Judge, but the over the course of a 10-minute conversation at absolute maximum, somewhere between 5 and 10, I would say, it was just a very aggressive interaction. I would state maybe my other co-counsels here would be able to speak to it more, but I was more taken aback by the behavior of the justice there.
And I would be happy to hear it in brief, but without anything specific, I'm not making a decision on that.
Okay, so to give it in brief, essentially, we were trying to present the logic as to why we believe that Sergeant Brittany Angel should be here to testify today, that she is an essential witness. And while trying to explain the logic and flow of motions as to why, if we can't have Sergeant Brittany Angel, then perhaps we could have the transcript entered into evidence. This is all things that were on the document. It was all above the table. There was nothing discussed there that would conflict the judges out. There was a disagreement between the chain of logic between Mr. Dean Watson and Justice LeBar, in which Judge Thomas also got involved with when it comes to trying to disarm the entirety of the conversation. It eventually got to the point where there were curses exchanged.
I
and it got
never
to
once cursed at your client or you
Nor
or
did
any
I.
of the people. So do not taint that,
The
Mr.
concern,
Splainer.
I also didn't
Splainer, that
curse at
I
them. I
raised
used a
is the
curse
fact
word.
that when a judge gives a decision and they motion to deny, and then the continuance of fighting on the docket where public eyes can see, as well as we had set a time and date of the discovery period to be finalized, it was then pressed on
Why do
even
they keep
further.
saying this? Why do they keep saying
That
this
was
when they're
my
wrong?
raise of concern. And even now, you are fighting 3 judges at this point based
Please let me
on
speak,
you
please.
wanted a evidence or you wanted the testimony of a police officer from a prior case submitted after the discovery period had already ended and been denied twice.
Judge
Okay,
Thomas,
Your
respectfully,
Honor,
your exact statement was, quote, this back and forth on the docket has to stop, quote, and the back and forth to which you refer is merely us submitting motions as vital testimony becomes available and vital evidence became available in said criminal trial. I don't see that as a back and forth there, Judge Thomas.
I see it as a back and forth when 2 judges have already ruled on something and then the matter is pressed even further. And I'm speaking calmly, and I would like to, and I thank you for doing the same as we discuss this. The thing that is when a judge gives their ruling, multiple judges have given their ruling. And even though this piece of it doesn't matter if 3 or 4 other judges had seen that docket, we go with agreement. And if something is valuable or invaluable, we discuss it
The
and then we
ruling,
move on from there.
the ruling
You're
is
still
incorrect, right?
challenging our word at that point.
Like the
If I can
ruling
get a
doesn't
word
make
in here,
sense.
where could you direct me to where this motion for continuance is on the docket?
It's not.
A motion for a continuance has not yet been filed, Your Honor. So essentially, the chain of logic, if I may have the floor to explain it, is the police report concerning this incident does not mention the helicopter being shot down at all. So the plaintiff has not had any sort of documentation provided to them that would give us the manifest necessity for any of sort of the witnesses, such as the supervising officer who made the call to shoot, or the other officers who answered that call to fire upon the helicopter. The only thing that we have to substantiate the claim is the testimony of the affected and the medical reports. However, there was a criminal court case about this situation in which an officer stated that she was the supervising officer and she did make the call to fire upon the helicopter, and we found her to be an essential witness through this process. After we had discovered that she was an essential witness, about a day later, we tried to summon her to this court docket, to which Justice LeBar said that she was not involved during the availability process and gathering of this court docket, and that he felt like that it was unfair to attempt to summon her, which I observe and I respect that point of view. And in observance and respect to that point of view, I sought an alternative means to have her testimony gathered that was not an inconvenience for either the court or Sergeant Brittany Angel, but allowed the plaintiff to seek justice. And that was to get the transcript from the criminal court case in which she specifically stated that she was the supervisory officer that made the call to fire upon the helicopter. I attempted to submit that into evidence, but by the time that this chain of logic had flowed to this point, the discovery period for this case had ended. And that is where we were finding conflict here, is that we were provided no additional documentation to know which officers are key material, essential witnesses to this case. Once we discovered that the officers were, what officers were material, attempted to summon them, we were denied the ability to summon them. So we said, okay, if we're not allowed to summon them, that's fair, that's all right. Can we at least include the transcript, which is the only reason that we want to call her in the first place? And we were denied that as well. So the plaintiff is also being denied this manifest necessity of the evidence available to substantiate the claim that they are presenting before the court today.
All right, that will do, Mr. Splainer. All right, we're gonna split the baby here. Give me a second to find a way to word this. Okay. Obviously, Angel's not going to be testifying in court today, and you are seeking a continuance, or you are seeking to use transcripts of her testimony in court here today. That has been established. I can see you chomping at the bit. Let me finish. What I'm inclined to do, having heard both sides, my fellow judges and the plaintiff here, is if I can get a confirmation that this helicopter incident was on record in this criminal case from someone in a position to confirm that. And if that being the case, I will let the record reflect that this event occurred. However, we'll not be using any transcripts of testimony without the defense being able to cross-examine. So specific testimony will not be entered at this late stage without any preparation. And obviously, Angel is not going to be added to the witness list. But I am inclined to allow this case to proceed with facts and evidence from this previous case on record and in consideration. Would that do for you, Mr. Splainer?
I just
Not
I
really.
apologize, Your Honor, but I'm not understanding how the firing upon the helicopter can be acknowledged when there's no root evidence that supports that claim, which would be
if it was discussed in this criminal case, Mr. Splainer, then it would be there would be a basis for that.
Your Honor,
Okay.
Judge Antigone Weston Wright was present during said case, and she may be able to speak to it. I don't know if you wish to confer with her with regards to the facts of the situation.
Justice Stanton,
As was
Your Honor.
Justice Stanton, that is correct. Yes.
We will confer briefly about that, and then we will reach a decision.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Holy Ocean.
Yeah, I just kind of word vomited there, and I'm kind of anxious about it.
It was fantastic.
Yeah, that was good.
Well, I mean, not to mention the fact that what's her name with the cowboy hat? I don't fucking.
Thomas.
that
Judge
judge's name?
Thomas.
She said that it was after the motion for discovery phase was ended. It wasn't, because they offered an extension to the defense for 9 hours.
Yeah, which you can't just offer one side an extension.
Yep.
That's
So
not
if
how that
they
works.
offered them an extension for 9 hours, we then in turn added
We
Angel.
enjoyed the same extension.
Exactly. We added her. I rebutted, to which they never to which they didn't reply until after the fact.
There was a fire hydrant breaking outside. It's a bug.
This is juicy.
Well, hopefully, if nothing else, this helped teach the judges that they need to maybe treat some people with respect. I mean, Mr. Watson's not some common criminal here.
Yeah, and I think that the whole point of this was that the disagreement of logic got to a pretty heated point when everything that I just said is basically what I wanted to say in the first place. Is that
Right.
we're not fighting you. We're not digging our heels in and opposing you. That's not what this is. And a judge Judge Thomas making that inference that I'm digging my heels in and trying to fight her, that's assuming a negative tone. And I don't like that from a judge at all. Because the only thing I'm saying here is exactly what I said in that little blurb, is that, okay, we asked for Sergeant Brittany Angel to be here. They said, no, that's an inconvenience. It's too late in the stage for that. And I said, okay, well, if we can't have Sergeant Brittany Angel here, I'm going to spend 4 or 5 hours of my fucking time go over the court's
Absolutely.
records and create this transcript. I
Yep.
created that fucking transcript, by the way, and it took me quite a while to do so.
That is correct.
So I submitted it into evidence and saying I will take this inconvenience onto me because we don't want to inconvenience Sergeant Angel.
Hey, there's a new job for the state. Then somebody can come in here and be a stenographer.
But we already have a stenographer. That's the thing is that I asked like weeks ago if we were able to use testimony from previous trials in support of, an ongoing trial. So we would be able to do specifically this. This was after the incident in the casino. I said, hey, look, can we use the testimony of this criminal appeal in the civil cases? And they all said yes. Unanimously, the judges said yes. And then the one time we fucking submit it, we're not allowed to use it, even though it was submitted at the fucking earliest for opportunity. Like, they don't fucking it seems to be that nobody understands the fucking passage of time here. The civil case was scheduled in the morning. The criminal case was heard in the evening of the same day. Within the fucking deadline, 2 days before the deadline, we submitted the fucking witness and it got denied because the case was already scheduled. But the fucking witness becoming known to be necessary in this fucking trial only happened after the case is scheduled.
Right.
It's this circular fucking idiocy that's pissing me off.
Had we known, we would have absolutely had her listed as a witness.
Yeah, and I mean, it's exactly, like I said, as soon as we knew, and we verified, we called her. As soon as we knew, the instant that we knew, we called her. And that was denied. Okay, well, alrighty, I understand that. So let's go for the transcript. No, it's too late. It took me a while to create that transcript, and it also took them 3 or 4 days to rule upon whether we could have Angel or not. Every time that they have made ruling on motion, I have responded to that ruling within 24 hours. So we asked for Angel on a Thursday, and they said on Saturday we can't have her. So on Sunday, I tried to furnish the transcript within 24 hours of me knowing that I wasn't allowed to have Angel and that I needed this transcript. The instant that I knew that, I created it and I put it into evidence, and they still said no to that because of timeline. When I am responding to this timeline as fast as I humanly can.
Yep.
So here's the other thing that we need to bring up in this, if this ends up proceeding like this, is they're bringing Tennessee Gardner in, right? That's they brought that in.
Okay, but that's the thing is that Angel's testimony is incredibly fucking vital because she said they didn't know who was in the helicopter. How can you shoot a fleeing fucking felon if you don't know who's in the helicopter?
Well, not to mention, but none of the witnesses that can testify on the behalf of the defense were probably even aware of what was going on outside the fucking casino.
Exactly.
That's why we do need to get some information. Hopefully they allow us to have.
All right, very well.
That.
All right, Mr.
I believe
Splainer.
Allison had a little accident, so she'll be right back.
Mr. Splainer, Mr. Loxley, and Ms. O'Banion. I have reached a decision on this matter, having reviewed the court filing and discussed with the judges available from the previous criminal action. Since the People versus Otto Delmar is properly in discovery in this case, as previously stated, I am going to allow facts of that case to be directly referenced, but not attributed in a way which would deprive the defense of cross-examination of witnesses. So the fact that there is this helicopter, and events involving said helicopter, in this previous criminal case, you may reference that, and we will acknowledge in this proceeding that those events did in fact occur without you needing to bring Officer Angel to have her testify to those facts. Because like I said, you did include that entire case in your discovery efforts on the docket. So
ask about them not knowing, right? The not knowing.
That's not going to happen. And as for a motion to continuance, I don't feel that is necessary at this time.
Okay, and just to make sure that I'm not stepping on any toes, and I understand the method of reference that we are allowed to use. So if I were to present it before this court today, would I say in reference to the People versus Otto Delmar, it was testified that a helicopter was fired upon by police officers? Is that what I would do there? Just leave Sergeant Angel's name away from it?
You better make sure that what you're saying about that case is true, but yes.
Okay. As long as the entirety of that case is submitted as evidence, then I have no contest to that unless either of my co-counsel see a hole in it. Then I do not.
I will issue one warning about this though. If it is found that you are not very careful in how you reference this case, and if you submit facts not in evidence from that case and are found to have done so willfully, you can and will be subject to sanction, Mr. Splainer. That goes for the rest of your team as well for the defense. So how we use this case in this particular circumstance, I would tread very lightly and use only the information which is on record, confirmed, and substantiated that was discussed in that criminal case.
That's thank you very, very much for coming to an amicable conclusion there, Your Honor. May we have a moment to discuss? Actually, allow me to ask a question first. So we would be able to speak to facts known or not known by the police department without specifically referencing an officer.
You may reference things which have been substantiated in that previous case and taken as
You can use
true.
the testimony.
Basically,
That's
things
it.
which happened and were corroborated in that court case and ruled upon in that court case.
Thank you very, very much, Your Honor.
All right. Is there anything else from the plaintiff or the defense, who's awful quiet over there, before we get this thing going?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, first of all, I'd like to point out that neither of us on the defensive team were actually on that court case, so none of us have access to that transcript. Actually, sorry, Your Honor, Mr. Birch was there. He just he wasn't a lead on it, so he wasn't.
Didn't you already put that up there, though?
He was.
It's there, right there for him to grab.
Well, nonetheless, that was entered into discovery. It would have been in your best interest to discover anything about that court case possible in the intervening weeks that this has been on the docket. So I don't know that we're going to get into a can of worms over that at this time.
Okay. I still have two motions, Your Honor. First is a motion to dismiss based on the plaintiff's attempt to poison this case through their actions in their attempt to conflict the judge in this case at the 11th hour.
Your Honor, I object to the suggestion that we attempted to conflict a judge out. At no point have we attempted to conflict any judges out.
I'm going to deny that motion. There was a heated exchange.
We haven't tried to conflict. Don't fucking lie about what we tried to do.
In the prevailing zealous interests of your respective clients, which has been resolved. So that motion to dismiss is denied, as the two judges are still here and they're still taking this case.
An attempt.
Okay, Your Honor. Then at this time, I'd like to motion for summary judgment due to lack of evidence.
I'm going to be denying that motion as well.
That is all I've got, Your Honor.
Just added an entire court case.
All right. I'm going to be turning this over to Judge Thomas. She will be taking lead on this. Unless she has any throw issues, then I'll be taking over.
I seem to be doing good. Okay, so I'm going to be officially getting this started. We're going to be starting. Hold on, let's do this. All right. So let's get this going. Let me pull this up real quick. My apologies. I've been having a few throat issues. Splainer knows what I'm talking about.
Did that solution work for you, Your Honor? Did that brand of cough drop work for you?
New York, apparently.
Oh. Well, if you had to get New York branded one and it works, I guess. I know Chicago worked for me. It doesn't work for everybody, though.
Right. Okay. We are here today to discuss that the statement of claim on February 25th, 2021, police unlawfully entered the Diamond Casino, a place of both private business and residence of a few others, and proceeded to engage in multiple entities of gunfire, including in an unarmed helicopter transporting injured casino personnel who sit in front of us. The plaintiff is seeking compensation for these actions and the damages listed below. General damages, compensatory damages, punitive damages, for a grand total of $205,000. So we are going to get this going. Would you like to have your opening explainer?
Could we have 5 minutes, Your Honor? Just to, I believe we need to change our opening statement based on how the People versus Otto Delmar is instructed to be referenced in this case.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and grant that. We'll put us in recess for 5 minutes as you write that.
Let's keep it to 3 minutes. We've been on this
3?
preamble for some time now.
Thank you very much, Your Honors.
Holden says 3. That's all you get.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honors. Appreciate it.
Yeah, give me a pen.
Okay, I think that worked out kind of well.
It worked out as well as it possibly fucking could because we can get everything we needed from Angel's testimony without actually fucking.
Yeah. There's your pen.
We got it. This is it. It's all right. It's all right because we can reference. I'm looking over we can reference that fucking transcript and the facts made known during that transcript without fucking directly referencing that Angel said that there was a transcript because she says that there was a belief. It wasn't her belief. She states that there was a belief, which means that it was a collective belief. Right, just go through this transcript and find the fucking vital parts. All right, give me a second. Where is it? You can speak to the GSR test. You can speak to the.
Yeah, I think I want to. I usually like keeping opening statements a little bit shorter.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking for the closing later on. I just want to
absolutely.
directly reference that.
As always, my notes on this will be read.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So you guys know as I'm writing things.
Yeah. Is it your belief that there was suspected side to have been engaged with officers previously? Now, there is something to be said of a good faith belief that they were trying to escape in it. However, it was proven to be false, and that it was proven to be false was due to a lack of due diligence by the police. They didn't know exactly who got in the helicopter, right? So we can speak to that.
So let me put on my dusty DA hat for a second and just say that true faith and belief in pursuance of their duties as officers just means that they are not personally liable. It doesn't mean that somebody isn't liable.
All right.
They're still liable for damages even if they believe that what they were doing was right at the time. It just it takes away it would attempt to take away it takes away personal responsibility. It would attempt to take away punitive damages, but I don't think that the judges will hear that anyway.
Today you will hear the claim where police illegally entered upon private casino property and fired upon an helicopter that was unarmed.
I think our 3 minutes are over.
But not verified presence of a threat within a helicopter that was agent to connect with the police approach.
I think that's all I want for the initial.
Yes. You want to rephrase that at the end? Dean Watson's life at risk by firing upon an unarmed helicopter without cause. We could say with reckless disregard. Reckless disregard for the possibility that there may be someone other than the individuals inside. I don't know. Can I rephrase it to suggest that it was reckless to assume and fire upon the helicopter? Unarmed helicopter with unarmed occupants, with unverified occupants. Yeah, there you go. Hang on.
Gomer, during your questioning, your sole purpose was to get Mr. Watson to safety.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay. Just
we had a pretty good discussion. Probably about 30 or 40 minutes with Mr.
Yeah, there you go.
Colton.
There you go. I think that's good. I think that's good.
Gotcha.
That's good.
Okay.
That's good. I think that's good.
Trying to rule out the whole fleeing thing.
No.
Yeah.
Your Honor, people of the court.
Okay. Mr. Splainer, would you like to start with your opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. And if it would please the court, today you will hear a claim where police illegally entered upon a private place of business and residence in the casino and fired upon a helicopter.
Your Honor. It was ruled in the previous case that it was not an illegal entry of the lobby.
Splainer?
Rebuttal is that wasn't what was just stated by Splainer.
it was ruled to be that there are portions of the casino that are both private residence and private businesses, which are not lawful for officers to enter without substantiated exigent circumstances or probable cause. The defense is attempting to submit an objection as if it were a fact ruled upon, when there is a countermand fact that police did unlawfully enter parts of the casino.
Okay, I'm gonna over.
Yeah, I was gonna overrule
Alright.
too. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna overrule this, and I'm gonna ask right now that we keep objections during openings to a minimum unless absolutely necessary. I don't want to be here
Yes,
for
Your Honor.
7.5 hours. So, explainer, if you'd like to continue.
That's such a shitty
Understood.
objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to go ahead, since we were so early on, I am unfortunately going to start from the top. I apologize for that.
You're fine. Go ahead.
Today, you will hear a claim where police illegally entered upon a place of private business and residence in the Diamond Casino and fired upon a helicopter that was unarmed, with an assumed but not verified presence of a threat within said helicopter. It was later determined that there was no such threat, that this assumption was incorrect, and it put lives at risk based on a simple assumption. Within the police report of the altercation, you will find no reference to such a significant event, such as firing upon a helicopter. No supervising officers that gave the command to fire. No contributing officers that obeyed that command. Nothing to speak to this heinous event that the plaintiff will prove to you today through physical evidence and testimony that happened on that night. And that the only possible party on scene of causing damages were the officers themselves. The officers of the peace, they can't hide their actions. They can't hide these transgressions. The truth of the matter had to be forced into light by the criminal court case of the People versus Otto Del Mar. The plaintiff has a claim to pain and suffering, to compensatory damages concerning damages to the casino itself and of hiring the helicopter and its pilot, and punitive damages to punish the action of putting both Gomer Colton and Dean Watson's life at risk by firing upon an unarmed helicopter with unverified occupants with reckless disregard for any lives that may have been depending upon that helicopter safely leaving the casino. We will prove this claim today, Your Honors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Splinter.
Nice. This is mostly Spainer and Loxley, because I don't really have to
Thank you,
shake
Your
anything.
Honors,
I'm a criminal
ladies,
defense
gentlemen of the
attorney.
court.
I'm not really a
Today
civil
you're in this
attorney.
magnificent courtroom to hear claims against the Los Santos Police Department for an incident whereby the head of security of the Diamond Resort and Casino,
Wasn't
alongside
personal
his
liability.
goons, started a firefight with officers. Albert Einstein once said that there are three forces that rule the world: stupidity, fear, and greed. On that fateful day, stupidity was enacted. Today, it is greed. We will prove through officer testimony and the mountain of evidence lacking from the plaintiff's filing that these claims against the LSPD are unfounded. Thank you.
Yoga 20.
Okay, thank you, Mr. First. All right, so we are going to start our witnesses here. Mr. Splainer, who would you like to call first?
The plaintiff would call Gomer Colton to the stand.
Okie doke.
Alrighty, Mr. Gomer, when you're ready, raise your left hand for me. Alright, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury, so help you Mitch?
I do.
He's been sworn in.
Alright, thank you. You may proceed when ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gomer Colton, were you at the Diamond Casino on February 25th, 2021?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. Did you board a helicopter while at the casino on that date?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you board that helicopter with anybody else?
I brought Mr. Dean Watson on the helicopter. He was injured.
Okay. So just to clarify for the court's record, why did you bring Mr. Dean Watson onto the helicopter?
Yes, there are weddings
Mr.
in the
Dean
city.
looked like he was severely injured. He wasn't responsive or anything. Was bleeding, and I wanted to try to get him immediate medical help.
Okay. And why did Mr. Watson need medical help? Could you see where he was injured?
I could see he was bleeding from the head. And we looked bloodied up. He was face down. So, I mean, from what I understand, he was injured through an officer hitting him or something like that.
Okay. After you and Mr. Dean Watson boarded the helicopter, did that helicopter take off?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you hear any gunfire while aboard the helicopter?
Pretty much as soon as we took off, there was multiple shots fired at the helicopter.
Okay, and what was the nature of this gunfire?
Looking down, I could tell it was coming from the cops, and there was a lot of assault rifle fire hitting the helicopter.
Okay. If you had to make an estimate, how many guns were shooting at the helicopter at this time?
I would say, I mean, there was at least 4 or 5 of them going off.
Gotta ask
At
Dean about
least.
the value of the helicopter.
Okay. Did you hear the helicopter take any damage? Did any gunfire strike the helicopter?
Oh, yes, significant amounts of them.
The value or the rental fee?
Okay. After this burst of
Well, we tried to
gunfire,
get
did
the
the
rental fee.
helicopter seem stable?
I know we tried to get the rental fee into question, but unfortunately,
Not at all,
we couldn't
no.
get the records for it.
helicopter seemed to be out of control fairly quickly.
I just need to ask Dean. How much
Okay.
did he
Yeah,
re-
And what happened
that
to the
out.
helicopter after this burst of gunfire?
Well, it seemed to just kind of push on out. Kept pushing out. I guess I don't know. I really couldn't tell
Yes.
too much.
Does
The
he own
helicopter
the
was losing control,
helicopter?
and I was kind of losing it to the G-force.
Get him to testify that it was a rental, and then get him to
Okay.
testify how
Was
much
the
it
was the
cost.
helicopter crashing at this time?
I mean, well, I was blacking out as I could tell we were losing altitude, but
And how much
the
it
helicopter was
cost to
in a
rent for the
tailspin.
day? 'Cause I
Okay.
think
And
it was
when
2
you
rents
when
in
you
total.
recovered from this blackout, where
Leave
were
it
you?
open-ended so we can claim more.
Well, I was being dragged out from the wreckage by Officer Angel.
Okay. Were you injured in this crash?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the plaintiff at this time would reference the plaintiff's de-assessing the nature of these injuries, that he had multiple burn marks across his body from surviving the helicopter crash. Now, to resume questioning, do you recall how long you were at the crash site?
Well, I was kind of in and out of it, but we were down for quite some time, maybe like over. I couldn't tell you, maybe like 5 or 10 minutes or something.
Okay. Did you receive any medical first aid while on site?
Yes, sir. I guess medical was brought to the scene.
Okay. And were you taken to the hospital for treatment for your injuries?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That helicopter that you were riding, is it armed in any fashion?
No, it is a transport helicopter, VIP helicopter.
Okay. And how much does it cost the casino every time this helicopter is used?
$10,000.
Objection,
Okay.
Your Honor. Facts not in evidence.
May I rebut, Your Honor?
Yeah, go ahead.
It is being submitted into evidence by a managerial staff of the casino itself.
May I rebut, Your Honor?
Okay. I'm gonna actually sustain that one. It is not in evidence. But we are also going to have to take a brief recess. Judge Holden is having a little bit of a head issue. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this court into recess for about 5 minutes.
Oh my God.
Okay, understood. Thank you, Your Honor.
I thought we had that in evidence. No, I thought we had that in evidence. Didn't I give you the agreement, the rental agreement?
Yeah, the problem is that it's not signed by anybody. So that's, I don't know how to use that if it's not signed by anyone.
Why didn't you ask me to sign it?
Because there had to be somebody else on the other end, like the helicopter company.
Wait, what? So we can't even use that?
Not without another person signing it. No. The only other way that I would be able to use this is if, like, does it
Yeah,
cause
but
a bank?
obviously-
Does it cause a bank transaction or something?
Yeah, every time we use the helicopter, there's a transaction in our account, $10,000.
Okay.
Does it show that it's for a helicopter rental? Mr.
Yes.
Watson? It does. Okay.
Yeah, I would have had to use that, but I think that might be something that we just lose out on if they're not going to let me submit it in that way.
I think that's one of the details that kind of just fell by the wayside, given that we're filing like 4 cases. I do apologize, Dean.
All right, well, that's 10K out of your cut.
I don't care about the money. I haven't even asked to be paid
I mean,
for
if
the
you want
criminal
to
case
play
yet.
games with your lawyer while we're sitting here in the
I
middle of this
can't
court
believe
case, I'll
everybody
delete
over
all my
there is
notes and walk
waving
out
at
of here,
me.
Mr.
That's
Watson.
amazing.
Do not play games with me.
I knew I was popular. I just didn't know how popular. Especially the mayor there.
I was waving.
Splainer just slammed his fucking
I'm
dick on the
mayor who I
table,
work for as a
bro.
private
Splainer
contractor. Wow.
literally just slammed his fucking
Listen,
dick
Mayor,
on the
if I
table.
uncross my arms, I won't look anywhere near. Your Honor, if I uncross my arms, I won't look anywhere near as tough.
No, do it. Hurry
Here's
up.
the best I can do. Hey. Was that good?
Good.
All
That's
right.
acceptable.
Okay, Mayor, was that good enough? Hello? Did that count? Okay. All right.
My apologies.
Holden, you gotta come over this way.
You gotta come around this way.
Mayor, who's a good boy?
Unless you want me to help you
Come
over
this
that.
way.
I want to break your hip.
Yes, you are. You, Cornrows, who's a good boy?
I'm a good boy.
Yes, you are.
Thanks.
Who called me Antagon?
Hey, Dan. Hey,
Okay,
Dan.
I believe we're good to go. Splainer, if you'd like to continue with your line of questioning.
So the previous question that I asked was successfully objected to, stricken from the record.
It was
I-
sustained. There has been no mention of any of that anywhere, so.
Understood. I don't believe I have any further questions for this witness, unless my co-counselors do.
I do briefly. Obviously, Your Honors, you know, we have the case in reference, but I'd just like to ask my client some questions just to reestablish the facts for the sake of the court. With regards to what happened to him in a police practice, if that's all right, Your Honors.
Okay, yep.
Mr. Colton, obviously you've been found not guilty of any wrongdoing, but were you GSR tested by Sergeant Angel when she pulled you out the wreckage?
Yes, ma'am. I was GSR tested by Brittany Angel and Owen Svensson.
That's great. Were you negative?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you fire any firearms? at
Objection,
any
Your Honor.
point?
Facts not in evidence.
My rebuttal, Your Honor, is that part of the reason that we're speaking to this trial is that there is a dearth of facts not in evidence submitted by the police department with regards to any interactions with this helicopter.
Your Honor,
I have a
they then should have called
supplemental
the
rebuttal to that.
officers up.
All right. All right. I'm gonna.
The whole fucking reason that we're having this trial is because the facts aren't in evidence. You fucking...
Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna sustain it, but I'm gonna give you a little bit here. Go ahead and rephrase your questioning, your line of questioning.
Are you aware of the results of your gunshot residue test?
Yes, I was told.
What was the result of your gunshot residue test?
Negative.
Thank
Objection,
you.
Your Honor. Hearsay and facts not in evidence.
My rebuttal, once again, is that if there were facts to submit into evidence with regards to the state of what would be a positive gunshot residue test, I am sure that the diligence of the police officers involved, as well as the district attorney's office, would have submitted that into the criminal charges that were pressed against my client. However, as those charges have been found to be, false, and my client was found not guilty it is a pretty safe assumption that his gunshot residue test did indeed come back negative.
I have a supplemental rebuttal to that as well, Your Honor, if you would like to hear it.
No,
Please.
I'm gonna talk to Holden here for a second.
Okay.
May I say one more thing to this, judges? I do apologize.
We're talking about it right now, so
this
please
time,
give
Miss
him us a
O'Banion.
moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna crucify this guy. I'm gonna crucify Temple with what I'm about to say next.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and overrule that one. There's a line of questioning that I think Miss Banyan's getting to, so.
Oh, I've pretty much got to the conclusion of it there, Judge Thomas. Mr. Colton, just reiterate for the court, what was the result of your gunshot residue test?
Both tests were reiterated to me that they were GSR negative.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Your Honor, I must object at this time again. The burden of proof is on the plaintiff's side. They admitted that they knew Officer Spencer and Officer Angel were involved in this scene, which they, in pretrial motion, said they didn't know. They had every chance to call on these
That is
officers
incorrect.
for this evidence.
That is incorrect.
I was about to ask if we have the opportunity to rebut to that, or if we even need to. Your
You
Honor.
do have the opportunity to.
I would like to rebut in a manner of statement, Your Honors. Mr. Temple appears to be trying to object to facts not in evidence for everything with regards to us bringing forth things in testimony. However, were these facts in evidence, that is to say, presented in the police report, then this would have gone a lot smoother. Part of the reason that we are here today is precisely because there is no submission into evidence by the police in their police reports that Mr. Watson and Mr. Colton were even shot at in a helicopter. So I would implore Mr. Temple to cease objecting to facts not in evidence for everything when we already know that they are not in the police report. Your Honors.
Your Honor, I would like to respond to that it is the job of a defense attorney to approach the DA's office to get a...
I did not give you permission to rebut again, or
Okay, Your
even
Honor.
counter
Thank
that. So give me 1 minute to confirm with the judges here, because I'm not going to deal with the back and forth all night. There is a lot of missing evidence here.
We're not
Yeah,
going to do
there's
this.
a lot
Okay.
of missing evidence here. We understand that. It's determining whether or not it's going to help a case at this point. All right? So let us talk about it for a minute.
I mean, if I may, I'm kind of prepared to settle this right now without any further back and forth. All right. So per the discussion before we begin this proceeding, we're going to allow this criminal case to be referenced in a general manner, as I ruled upon as the neutral judge here, based on that dispute.
Thank you, Improv
Now,
AFK.
Obviously, anything gleaned from Mr. Colton's testimony under oath about what happened to him is not necessarily facts not in evidence, because we're not referencing that court case. We're referencing the life of Mr. Colton and his experiences that day. So at face value, if he says that he was GSR negative,
Holden!
then that's what his testimony is. So I'm not inclined to sustain any facts not in evidence on that basis, nor am I going to uphold any objections on that basis if it turns out that Mr. Colton was not charged with any crimes that would be charged to him and convicted of if he was GSR positive, which seems to be the case. So the facts may not be in evidence in the way which the defense would prefer, but they are in evidence.
Yes!
In very
Yes!
general terms, which have been agreed upon prior to this proceeding. So, at face value, what Mr. Colton says is true until someone proves that it isn't in this court proceeding. And anything regarding that case, if the facts are argued to not be in evidence, I would simply refer to the charges put against Mr. Colton in that instance and find my answer there. So I'm inclined to believe the facts are in evidence. And also what Mr. Colton says directly through testimony, unless proven to be a lie, is taken as true.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And with that, I have no further questions for this witness. It is very clear to me that the court understands where I was going with that one. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, we just have a few questions for Mr. Colton.
Click, click, fucking bang. Sit down, Temple, you little bitch.
Mr. Colton, just a clarifying question. Did you testify that you lost control of the helicopter due to the bullets that had struck the vehicle?
Objection, misstatement of testimony.
I was asking a clarifying question, so if that's what I heard or I didn't hear, then so be it, but that's what I heard.
I can further elaborate if you would like, Your Honor.
I'd like to hear the question repeated.
I asked if Mr. Colton lost control of the helicopter due to the bullets that had struck the vehicle.
Was that discussed when I was...
Anyone would. Being shot. Of course they're going to lose control.
But I wasn't there for that. Okay.
Goma didn't testify that he was flying, I don't think.
Should I answer that?
That's true.
I'm waiting for the judges to confer, and I'm asking for a chance to elaborate.
Okay,
this
Explainer,
is-
go
this
ahead
is
and
all
elaborate.
If he
Okay, the wording of the question implies that Gomer Colton had control of the helicopter as if he controlled its speed and direction. At no point in time did he testify that he was the pilot of said helicopter, and in fact testified that he was observing people below the helicopter, implying that he was not the pilot. That is why I'm objecting to the wording of that question and implies that Gomer is the pilot when there's no testimony to substantiate that claim.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and sustain it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
Mr. Colton, were you flying the helicopter?
No, sir.
Who was flying the helicopter?
Contracted pilot.
Where's the evidence to this pilot being contracted by the casino?
Objection, argumentative.
I will rephrase. Do you have evidence to this pilot being contracted by the casino?
Well, anytime we...
Your Honor, I'm going to submit a general objection to that. Due to the nature of the pilot, they cannot be called to testify.
I'm gonna go ahead and sustain that as well. First, if you want to move ahead with this.
Your Honor, sorry, can I approach for a sidebar? I don't understand why that was sustained.
All right, sidebar.
Sorry, I don't know. There's something I'm missing on that one.
So I'm gonna actually. Here's my train of thought here. I'm even confused why a helicopter pilot is being brought into this. So if you guys can clarify that for me.
I can, Your Honor. Mr. Gomer is not a licensed pilot. Therefore, he would not know how to control a helicopter that is out of control, whereas a licensed pilot would. And it has not been put into evidence in any way, shape, or form.
If I may object,
pilot.
by very nature of
let him
saying
finish.
that
Let him
some-
finish.
Okay.
And also,
listen up right now, all of you. We're not going to be interrupting each other or talking over each other. You're all going to get sanctions if you keep doing that. We're going to be here all day. You understand? So stop it.
Yes, Your Honor. And also, there was no medical report for any pilot yet.
A pilot, Goma
the
can't
aircraft
control
crash.
something out of control,
There's
but
no
a
evidence
pilot
that there was
can
a pilot,
control
and,
something out of
the only
control.
two people on board were Mr. Watson and Mr. Colton. That has been observed.
Your Honor, and the reason that I submitted, excuse me, if I may rebut.
When you
I'm
hire a
asking
helicopter,
permission
you
first.
learn how to fly.
Go right ahead.
I think.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. When this helicopter is contracted, is requested from the third party that provides it, a pilot is provided with the helicopter. And due to the nature of that pilot and how and essentially they're standing as a citizen within the city of Los Santos, they cannot be called to testify.
Your Honor, there's no evidence
locally,
of this
locally
happening.
kind of pilot.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, kind of.
Yes.
Understood.
The problem we come across here, Your Honor, is they haven't put any evidence of that helicopter being contracted. So at this stage, there's literally no evidence for us to
Again,
that.
because of the nature of the contract, it's not like this, you know.
But you're claiming $10,000, so there should be a bank record. Like that's the problem with this case. Is you're claiming $10,000.
The problem with this that I'm seeing, and we haven't heard everything yet because we're in the sidebar, is I do not know what the relevance is of this pilot, and I don't understand why we're having a sidebar about it.
Your Honor, they're claiming pain and suffering, and if Mr. Colton was flying without a license, then he would be culpable for not being able to pilot and successfully land that helicopter.
I don't think that they cover being shot at in pilot training regardless, Mr. Temple.
Sorry, just one more thing. The helicopter was on the way to the water treatment plant. That is a long way. It's not like it crashed right outside the casino. It had a licensed pilot would have had an opportunity to land it if they had training.
That sounds incredibly
Your Honor,
speculative
that's
there, Mr. Temple.
yeah, that's absolutely speculation.
Again, what is the relevance?
That goes towards the pain and suffering that the plaintiffs are claiming due to that helicopter crash.
This sounds
Okay. All right, you guys go back. We're gonna confirm here for a minute, okay?
Understood. Thank you.
I don't think that many pilots learn how to suffer automatic rifle fire.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a key element of pilot training.
You know,
Not
if
unless
they
you're a
were
military
flying,
aviator.
Yeah, I was gonna say if they were flying in a
Yeah, if they're a fucking UH-60 pilot, a fucking UH-60 Kazavek pilot, for sure, maybe I could understand it, but otherwise, I don't fucking know.
Not to mention the fact that we have not established that A, whether Gomer was flying, B, whether he's licensed or not.
Oh, the pain and suffering of fucking being shot at and crashing in a helicopter is somehow mitigated by the fact that Gomer doesn't have a pilot's license, that it makes a fucking crash hurt less because he doesn't have a pilot's license. This guy's a fucking moron.
I mean, they're grasping straws here. Let's be real.
I mean, he stood with his back to a flight of stairs. I planted a fucking kick in his chest with that line of objections there, with the facts not in evidence shit. So we just gotta rock him a little bit more. He's gonna tumble. This is my bread.
He's gonna argue about the rest of the case. Let's be real.
Well, not anymore, because he's gonna get fucking laughed out the courtroom. The judge has basically told him not to, right?
I'm trying to object to it that we can't call that pilot.
I think is it a matter of like when that helicopter gets hired, somebody kind of becomes a pilot in the stead of whoever hired it? Is that what I'm getting at?
I don't know. I'd have to ask Mr. Watson precisely how it works. What I was led to, Mr. Watson, if you're listening, what I was led to believe is that when that helicopter is contracted, when they pull it onto the helipad for the casino, that it has a pilot comes with it. A pilot, I guess, flies it there.
So kind of regardless of whoever contracts it, whether they have a license or not.
There is a licensed pilot provided.
There is a
with the
licensed
helicopter, as far as I
pilot,
understand.
right? Yeah.
Again, I would have to ask Mr. Watson to confirm or deny that, but that's what last time I talked to Mr. Watson
Sorry,
about
what was
this.
that question?
When the private helicopter is hired above the casino, a pilot is provided with it, right? Is that how that works?
No.
No. What the fuck? I thought that's what. Okay. I might have to withdraw this objection.
But
I thought that a pilot.
I mean, but haven't you already crossed the line here by him saying that he wasn't flying?
Kind of, but I was under the impression that these.
I mean, if we can't
helicopters-
use the contract to prove rental, how can we use anything to say that there was a pilot flying anyway?
So, but say somebody who
All
cannot.
right, we're gonna overturn the last objection, and it's going to be overruled if you want to continue with your line of questioning.
One moment, Your Honor.
say somebody who doesn't know how to fly hired the helicopter. It's hard to phrase.
Your Honor, so I'm allowed to ask that question again, sorry?
You are at this time allowed to re-ask that question.
I believe I was asking, were you flying the
I don't-
helicopter?
No, sir.
Where did the helicopter crash?
I was being dragged
It's
out.
kind of mechanics, yeah.
It was like the dirt
So
road
if-
just north of
if you don't know
the
how
water
to
treatment
fly
plant that
and you
leads
hire
up
the
to
helicopter,
the reservoir area.
then does it just fly normally? As if you had a pilot's license? That's what I'm getting at, because if it flies normally as if you
Why
had a
was the
pilot's
pilot
license,
instructed to fly
even when you don't,
north?
Well, when we first got in, I told him to fly it to the Pillbox Medical as quickly as he could. I'd imagine he was trying to get away from gunfire.
1 moment, Your Honor.
like if Timac doesn't have a pilot's license on that character and he goes up to the roof of the casino and hires a helicopter, does he, finger quotes, gain a pilot's license for the purposes of flying the helicopter at that time? Or is it scuffy and as if he doesn't have a pilot's license? That's what I'm asking.
Your
Because
Honor, that's all
if
the,
he hires it out
questions on
and he
cross-bill.
can
We'd like
fly
to mark
it
Mr.
normally,
Colton for recall.
then
Very well.
it's
Okay, Mr. Colton, you are
it's
good to step
as
down,
if
but
there's a
please
pilot,
stay
right?
As you are have
Let's,
been subjected to recall.
Let's see
But-
if the plaintiff have any.
if he
Oh,
hires the
reaction, sorry.
helicopter and it flies like shit because he doesn't have a
Explainer, do you
pilot's
have anything
license,
further at this
you
time,
can't get you
or-
can't
I
say
don't
that
have
in
anything for
RP.
direction.
That's what I'm trying to establish. Yeah, well, yeah, it's a mechanical thing.
I don't have anything
If
unless
he
you get my
hires the
co-counsels to.
helicopter, does it fly like shit? No, I have no questions at this time.
I do not either.
Okay, yes, Mr. Colton, you are good to step down, but please do not leave.
I guess
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
there's an argument being made here that there's a local pilot, but it's I don't like it. I don't like it.
How'd I do?
I don't like.
All right, Mr. Splainer, your next witness.
You did fine. There's difficult.
The plaintiff would call Mr. Dean Watson to the stand.
The nature of these questions is quite difficult. You did fine.
Mr. Watson?
I need just 2 seconds, please.
Okay. He said he's going to be thinking about something for 2 seconds, but he's our only other witness.
Okay.
So once we call him, we'll be done.
All right, we'll give him a minute.
It's just rough. It's like very much smears the lines of mechanics and RP, and it's a really rough, really rough place.
Yep. So it was never established as a fact in the previous case that Gomer was flying. I don't really like using that argument now that I know that it's not the case. I don't like it.
Well,
Anybody? Everybody?
Oh, are we all going? I'm not sure.
I'm going. I'm going.
I'm going. I think I'm going.
Oh no.
Oh no, I'm good.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah.
Did Splainer just have a headache?
Yeah, as did Mr. Colton.
Okay, we're gonna give you guys a 5-minute recess for everybody to get back.
Just so everybody's aware, we're probably going to have a few unavoidable recesses like this today. It is not something that we can help, so hope you guys brought snacks.
Thank you. Is it fine if I approach with Miss O'Banion? It's just a clarifying question. It's nothing that she would need her other attorneys for.
Yes.
I feel that she'll be okay with it.
That's fine.
I think I probably just screwed up. This is a civil case, not a criminal, so I can't actually recall someone. I just wanted to clarify that and unmark Mr. Colton if that's the case.
He's the
Just say he's
plaintiff, so
aware.
it's not even a really big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't naturally need to recall him at this stage. There was stuff I wanted to ask, but it's not critical. And for the process of this case to be speedy, I think it's probably best I don't mark him in that way anyway.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and that's fine. We can take care of that.
Thank you. I just wanted to, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Your Honors, I'm gonna think to myself while we're having this kind of unavoidable recess. I shouldn't be necessary for the start of the question of Mr. Watson, so you can feel free to go ahead, alright?
Alright.
I'm gonna grab a tea, because I don't know how long this is gonna take, and I'm not necessary for the start of questioning a Dean, so I'll be back in a sec. I won't turn the music up, though, actually. I'm just gonna keep it low, so you guys can hear the questioning when they start again, alright?
Oh, damn it.
So am I the only person that lost my head there, or?
No, I just flew down here.
Oh my God.
We're not 100% sure.
Okay.
Can we stop handcuffing people over there, please? Thank you.
Since Prosecutor
yes,
Birch
Your Honor.
is here, can I approach for a quick sidebar about something? I feel like I really need to clarify something that I terribly misunderstood.
Sure.
What was the sidebar about? Sorry. My
Essentially, I
mental
was
attention
asking
is
them to.
returned.
I was asking them to strike any reference to a. I was asking them to strike reference to a local pilot. I wanted that to be stricken, because that is not the case, and that was a misunderstanding.
Okay.
I don't feel right with that argument sitting on the table, and I wanted to make sure that it was off the table.
All right. Good boy, Splainer. I didn't know that was the case either.
Mr. Gomer, did anybody tell you that you are not marked for recall anymore?
No, no one told me that. I thought I was.
Okay. Yeah, you are no longer marked for recall.
Okay, thank you.
Let's just give everybody a minute.
Yeah, that's good. Well done. Like, I was under the assumption that when you hire it out, you can quote learn to fly almost. Yeah, we were kind of the understanding was when you hit rental on the helicopter, you learn to fly, right? Which doesn't really make sense in RP to explain that. So you got to kind of explain it away as a local pilot, you know. What's the date that this occurred?
The 25th.
The actual shooting.
It was the 25th, same day as the. Same day as all that.
Shit. So they could. There's a danger of piloting without a license charge being thrown around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't they have already charged me for that?
Well,
They should
it's whether it would be double jeopardy at this point because you were charged for that you were charged for things surrounding that. So would it then be double jeopardy to bring forth on that? They could state that it's new evidence they'd like to bring forth. There's a lot of variables here. I don't know.
Well, I mean, can anybody actually put me in the pilot seat?
I don't think so.
Yeah, but.
So what's the understanding here? It's the understanding now is Gomer wasn't flying, but it wasn't a local pilot.
So
I guess is that Gomer is saying that he was not the pilot. He is not testifying to who the pilot is. Essentially, it is not a local pilot. That I've asked that to be stricken from the record because that was a misunderstanding on my part. I thought at some point you said that a pilot came with the helicopter, so I misunderstood that and wanted it stricken.
Yeah, so that was our understanding up until this point. This is a hard thing to kind of navigate with the way that I'm about to say it, but the assumption, I guess, was that, when you hire it out, there's some perception of flying ability that spontaneously occurs, I guess, when you're the individual that hires it out. You can see where I'm kind of trying to go without actually saying that, because it's kind of difficult to say.
Yeah,
but
it's a hard
but
issue
if
to
that's
navigate.
not the case, then we can't really make that argument, and it doesn't feel right to make that argument.
Yep. Doesn't change the fact that officers fired upon it.
It doesn't change the fact that officers didn't know who was in it. Now they could try and bring forth
yeah.
charges there, but
Thing is, they can't prove that Gomer was flying, I guess.
also thank you, Booze. I did see what you said.
We're waiting for.
It'll be your questioning, but there's a minute here. The DA's office is still
Yeah.
conferring with
Who are we
the
waiting for?
officers. The DA's office still conferring with the officers over there.
Oh, is that what happened?
And
Oh,
Loxley as well. Loxley's not here.
Oh, Loxley also lost his head, yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Splainer, do you have a sit rep on Mr. Loxley?
I can reach out to him. Give me one second, Your
chance.
Honor.
Yeah, but so I think our perception, based on kind of what Gomez said earlier on, and from the outside looking in, from attorneys looking in, is that basically talking in a pure mechanical standpoint, the assumption was that when you hire that helicopter
I
out,
just reached out to him.
you don't have to have a pilot's license, and that you can
He's
just fly
responding
it
right now.
Right. That's kind of where we were at, and then knowing that that's not the case, which is again a difficult thing to bring up in character. You can't make the argument that there was a local pilot when there's not. But I think Gomez specifically said, I think D might have said it as well, that it comes with a helicopter and a pilot, so it's rough.
I'm going to help him in just a second.
Very rough. Rough to navigate.
Give me 1 second.
Okay, Mr. Loxley will be here in just a moment. It seems he still might be having an issue. Give him another moment. Yeah, same.
Hey, Splainer.
Yes, sir.
So, how much reference was there to the heli during the previous case? Because that's probably significant, ain't it?
All right, he is now straightened out, and he's going to be on his way in just a moment.
So the reference to the helicopter was only really from you, from Dean, and from Angel. Angel said that she ordered the helicopter to be fired upon. She fired upon it, and was not the only officer to do so. She implied that she was one of many units that fired upon it. So that's essentially all there is in reference to this helicopter. There's no reference to a pilot anywhere.
Was it asked if they saw who was flying or what, or any of that?
No reference to who the pilot was. And I've asked for all of that to be stricken.
All right, so I don't got to worry about that.
You should not. No.
All right,
I can
I'm
verify with
gonna
the judges.
go over here real quick and we'll open up the door for Mr. Loxley.
Because I would be very worried if, because I am trying to get my license as soon as this is over.
Yeah. You shouldn't be facing any issues from that.
I mean,
that
I
argument was
honestly
based on a misunderstanding, and I've asked it to be stricken, so the argument's gone.
Yeah, well, with any luck, we could motion for it to be double jeopardy regardless.
Possibly.
We could appeal it on the grounds of double jeopardy. If they wanted to file that, they should have done the evidence gathering prior to charging you with all the other shit that they charged you with in their blanket charge. They didn't do that.
Yeah.
You've been charged for the things surrounding that incident. You were, detained in you were charged based on that incident, right? There was already been charges pressed. They did not charge press charges. I'm not entirely sure that they could just fucking pinwheel, and come up with other shit because the first shit didn't stick. I don't think that would slide too well.
But yeah, someone still sneaks ahead of you in line, and even 2 can still take like 10 to 15 minutes of recess. So.
Yeah, let me go get the door for Judge Thomas. All right.
Yeah, I was not privy to the fact that Gomer was going to say he wasn't flying.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we talked about that. Oh, you weren't there for that part.
Yeah. It's a misunderstanding on my part. I would rather it be completely stricken from the record and us not talk about it, because it's a very confusing misunderstanding, and it just needs to go away. Because I was under the.
I'm just worried about what happens to go. Oh yeah, I guess.
Yeah, if the entire argument is stricken, then it doesn't matter.
But don't they still get that clarifying question?
Yeah.
The thing is that they didn't pursue that question after the judges overruled
All right.
my objection.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna call this back into session here. Order in the court.
It's kind of murky. Welcome back, Rob.
Thanks.
All right, I believe you had just called Mr. Dean Watson, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That would be the stage that we were at.
Okay.
Hi, man.
I just heard.
Alrighty, Mr.
Solomon.
Watson, whenever you're ready, raise your left hand. Alright, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury, so help you Mitch?
Yeah, I do.
Alright, he's been sworn in.
Explainer, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Dean Watson, were you at the Diamond Casino on February 25th, 2021?
Yes.
Do you recall being knocked unconscious in the casino penthouse?
Yes.
Who knocked you out?
Officer Dan Faley.
And do you know why he knocked you out?
Because he's aggressive.
Okay. Did you lose consciousness due to being assaulted in this way?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the next thing that you recall? What's the next point in time that you regained consciousness?
I was being put into the back of the ambulance, or I was in the back of the ambulance after an EMS had pulled me out of the helicopter.
Okay. So did you observe the helicopter crash site yourself?
Did I observe the crash site? I was in the back of the ambulance, so if I was on the site, I wouldn't have seen outside the ambulance.
Okay. Do you know why you were in the ambulance?
Yes, the EMS told me I was stuck between the chairs of the helicopter after a crash. Okay.
After you were put in the back of the ambulance, were you transported to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it is at this point in time, let me make sure I call the right item. It is at this point in time that the plaintiff would reference the Plaintiff C, which is the medical report that details the burns and multiple injuries that Mr. Dean Watson had suffered due to the results of the helicopter crash. Okay. If Mr. Watson doesn't recall any details of the crash itself, I don't think I have any further questions for this witness.
Thank you.
Hi, Dean. Did you have any interactions with the scene at the casino after that?
Yes.
What was that?
I was taken from the hospital after recovering from my burns straight to the casino and told to negotiate the release of the people inside and open the doors.
Who took you from the hospital?
I cannot recall exactly. Give me a moment to think. Hold on. I can't recall the two officers who took me from the hospital to the scene, but it was of Mr. Tony Andrews' command.
So they were police officers, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any choice in the matter?
No, I was in handcuffs.
Did you feel healthy or capable of undertaking what they were telling you to do?
I was in shock. I really didn't question what was going on, but at the time,
Did they tell you at the time that you were placed under arrest?
no, they did not.
So just to you were handcuffed but not arrested, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How did that make you feel, Mr. Watson?
Tragic.
Tragic, could you elaborate?
I was sad. I felt like these people were there to protect me.
Did you make these feelings known at the time?
Yes.
How did the officers react?
They reacted by telling me it's my job to resolve the situation and have those people out of the penthouse. And they handed me a telephone to make a phone call.
Are you a trained hostage negotiator, Dean?
No, but I like to think I'm good at arguments and conversations.
Did you believe that you were capable of undertaking such a negotiation?
No.
I think that's everything from me, Your Honor. Pain and suffering, gentlemen. Pain and suffering.
Yeah, I saw where you were going with that.
Okay, Mr. First.
You didn't ask me none of that.
I know,
Mr.
I just
Watson,
fucking thought about it now.
But
it kind of got
when you were in
derailed
the
at the end of your
penthouse being
question.
chased around by Mr. Faley, was he trying to detain you?
Your Honor, objection, facts not in
Objection,
evidence.
counsel. Oh, never mind.
As well as counsel testifying, in fact. If I may compound object, and to elaborate, at no point was Mr. Faley chasing Dean around in the previous testimony.
Your Honor, it's been entered in via evidence with the transcript of the previous court case. It was testified by multiple officers.
Could you name those officers, Mr. Temple?
Dulio and Officer Faley both testified to that fact.
Okay, with reference to...
It's in the report as well.
With reference to
Okay,
the judge's
can we
prior...
stop the back and forth as we have asked multiple times already?
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Thank you.
It's my bread and butter. Objections and knocking the opponent is my that's what I'm good at. I guess because you weren't taken from the hospital to negotiate. Where you going?
I was brought with him the whole way. I was standing there right with him.
Fuck, I wish I'd fucking known that. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
that's a lapse.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I was standing on the side of the damn plate. I mean, that's when I called you. I was sitting there. You were with Kevin, I think, at the time. And I was like, well, we're just fucking sitting here waiting for this whole thing to blow over.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's two more cases to go with this. We'll make sure we get everything addressed eventually.
I think this is the last one I've been called to.
Have a good one, please.
Currently, we're still waiting with the other case
All right,
just got accepted. And we're still
Counsels,
waiting on whether or not they're gonna,
Judge Thomas is
you're gonna hear Marlowe's.
is having trouble hearing you at the moment, so I'm going to go ahead and rule on this objection. I'm going to preface this by referring back to what we agreed upon regarding
yep.
the criminal case.
Yep.
Facts not in evidence I want to see used in very limited and specific situations throughout this court case. We do not want to see facts not evidence being thrown every time someone mentions the People versus Otto Delmar. As I said, it is reasonably expected of you all to have knowledge of this case and to use the facts of this case accordingly. Contesting individual facts of this case one by one is going to make this case take forever. So just understand that what you say about this case, if we run it back and check it, and it's not true, and it's willfully false, then you will face consequences for that, and you will be sanctioned. But I'm going to ask that these kinds of objections be used sparingly in this case due to the circumstances.
They never said they would. He never said he was chasing him around.
The facts not evidence.
He
But
wasn't
be
charged for
careful with your
shit.
questioning.
He's that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just for your reference, paragraph 2 of the statement from Officer Dulio is where you can also locate it. Just for the future.
That's fine. Now, I am going to let the plaintiff have another opportunity because Mr. Splainer spoke up as Ms. O'Banion did. Did you have a different objection before we continue?
Yes, Your Honor. I did have an objection to that the counsel is testifying.
Paragraph 2 of Dulio's.
If I need to elaborate on that, I can, Your Honor.
Please do.
Stating that Dean Watson was air quotes running around without any sort of foundation leads the plaintiff to believe that the counselor is bringing up that fact from his own perspective and his own knowledge rather than requesting that as a response and building any sort of foundation with the witness.
May I elaborate on the rebuttal from Mr. Temple there briefly, Judge Holden? I do apologize. I know this is dragging it on a little bit, but he did specify that it was in a particular paragraph. I would like him to quote what he claims is the chasing around, as I was present.
Well, your objection has already been overruled, so
yes,
no.
Your Honor.
But Mr. Splainer's objection, I will sustain. So,
Thank you, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Temple, you are free to rephrase the question in a less.
He wasn't. He was
in a
never
less
chased around.
testimonial manner.
That's not stated
and try to
anyway.
draw out an answer from the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Watson, why were you beaten down by Officer Dan Faley?
I believe that was asked and answered, Your Honor. That's an objection.
Your Honor, he definitely didn't answer it. He said that Mr. Faley was angry or something in those regards. That's not an answer to the question.
Do I need to rebut to that, Your Honor?
Please do.
What Counselor Temple ingests as an answer or not an answer is not up for him to decide.
Yes.
The witness was asked a
Yes.
question and gave an answer that he believed was both intrinsic and appropriate based on the question that was asked.
Yes.
Counselor Temple does not set the bar for acceptable answers.
Yes. Splainer.
I want to hear
that's where I was
the
going.
answer to this question. So I'm gonna overrule, but Mr. Temple, I'm gonna advise you to draw the answers from your client and not crutch too heavily on the fact that you can lead your witness. That's your warning.
Yes,
Please
Your Honor.
answer the question though, Mr. Watson.
You repeat the question, please?
I believe I asked something similar to why were you beaten down by Officer Dan Faley?
Because he's aggressive.
Why was Officer Dan Faley aggressive?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
How was Officer Dan Faley being aggressive?
He entered the penthouse with a gun pointed at me. And he switched to a flashlight and hit me over the head with it.
Before Mr. Faley struck you, did he talk to you at any time?
I do not recall any words.
For somebody
Officer Dan
who's
Faley may have said.
read the entire report and is incorrectly referencing it, he is asking a lot of questions.
Did you at any time attempt to flee from Mr. Faley?
I did, but I returned within a few seconds.
One moment, Your Honors.
I mean, is resistant enough to shoot at him.
I
They go
he's
for
not on
gun
trial.
on it.
I should have objected to that as relevant.
All right, very well. Mr. Splainer.
I don't believe I have anything for a redirect based on the questions that were asked.
I
unless either of
did.
my co-counsel
I
do.
can't remember it, but I did have something.
I mean, he wasn't charged for resisting.
He was proved innocent of resisting, so it's all irrelevant.
See, in reference to the questions asked by the district attorney's office, were you chased around?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Watson, you can stand down. Return to your table.
Thank you.
I had to fucking get that last punch in there. Had to be done.
If you could see the smile on my face
Does the
right now.
plaintiff wish to examine or run through any evidence or anything from discovery? I understand that was your last witness, if I'm not mistaken.
The only things that we would like to highlight, and this could also be done in closing if that would be preferred, is that neither of the claimants representing the plaintiff at this point in time were found guilty of any charges in the People versus Otto Delmar, which is the root criminal cause of this incident. Let's see here. I don't think I have anything else to highlight beyond that I wouldn't take care of in closing.
All right, very well. So
The plaintiff would rest at this time.
All right, very well. Defense, do you need a brief recess to prepare for?
I don't believe
your
so, Your Honor. I think we
testimony?
can go straight into it.
Then you may call your first witness.
I would like to call up Officer Dan Faley.
Are they just gonna
Officer
try and
Bailey, please
reiterate the
approach the
same
witness
shit
stand
from
and
the
be sworn.
criminal case that they lost? Is that where they're gonna go here?
Alrighty, Officer Faley, when you're ready, raise your left hand for me. Alrighty, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the penalty of perjury, so help you Mitch?
I do.
He's been sworn in.
Very well.
No, Dulio nailed the coffin. in the other
You may
case.
proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Officer Faley, on the Dan question,
I'm gonna ask him about the helicopter.
did you receive a dispatch call from the casino?
Yes, I did.
And what was this dispatch call in relation to?
Shots fired.
Did you immediately head to the casino?
Yes, I did.
Should we object
which
to this
other
line of
officers
questioning on the
responded?
grounds that he's just fucking literally repeating what the DA
I mean, there
asked
was
in
quite a
the
few.
question in the case that they
Julio,
lost?
Spartan.
Sure.
Quite a few others. Angel, Trooper Andrews.
Only thing is we did that for Goma, right?
When you arrived on scene, were you
All right,
the...
Your Honor's
Mr.
Judge
Temple,
Thomas has said is
one
yeah.
moment. Are we going to have another little recess, or are we going to?
I think you and I push on if it's going to continue to happen.
We're going to elect to proceed with the questioning. Sorry, Mr. Temple. Please continue.
Thank you. Officer Faley, were you the lead officer on the situation when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning as irrelevant. Has nothing to do with the helicopter being fired upon.
Rebuttal, Your Honor, we are trying to set a timeline and a lead up to the helicopter being fired upon. It's all extremely relevant.
If I may rebut once more here, Your Honor.
You may. I'll allow it.
The timeline should really start from after the interactions where Mr. Dean was at least struck to the ground, as the things that Mr. Temple is currently asking are well-established facts in the People versus Otto Delmar, Your Honor.
I'm not going to let you determine the timeline here. However, I do think it is relevant to the case to know who was in charge of the investigation. So I'm going to allow Officer Faley to answer that.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I mean, when I initially arrived, I was the lead.
Once you arrived on scene, where did you head to?
Oh.
I headed inside the casino on the main floor.
Did you clear the main floor?
Yes, I did.
And once you cleared the main floor, where did you head?
I went to the rooftop.
And once you'd been to the rooftop, where did you head after that?
After I determined the shots fired did not come from the rooftop, I went to the next available room that the elevator allowed me to go to.
Yeah,
that
it's
was the
pretty
penthouse.
yep.
So to clarify, was the elevator to the penthouse locked?
No, it was not.
Were you the only officer within the penthouse at this time?
Correct.
When you got off the elevator, what did you see on scene?
As I exited the elevator, there was casings and blood in a room to my left.
Could these casings
Your
and
Honor, I'm
blood-
going to object to that as non-submissible evidence. It was determined to be fruits of the poisonous tree in the overall criminal case. Submitting those as testimony before the court today would attempt to subvert that finding.
Give us before we get to your rebuttal.
Ridian, hello.
Take your time.
Okay, give your rebuttal. We're gonna need a minute to confer on this, though.
Yeah, sure. Your Honor, I think we have established that the elevator specifically is of public access through the testimony. It was not locked the level specifically. Any patron within the casino could have been on that elevator, and from the elevator door through the
Is this guy not
photos
the last case or
provided,
what?
you can clearly see that there was line of sight to the casings and the blood.
Your Honor, this is clearly incorrect and directly contravenes the ruling of the previous case.
All right, very well. No more back and forth. We're gonna confer on this. It's 1 minute.
Literally just pulling shit out of his ass and saying this is the... He just said the elevators of public...
The only thing they ruled as public is the casino floor and the entry.
Exactly.
And it's semi-public is what they said.
Correct.
Did he read the transcript? I don't think so. My man's is going down a very, very weird path of looking to get sanctioned by completely misstating the previous court case. He's really trying to get himself sanctioned for saying the wrong thing about the previous court case, huh? He's really, really shooting for that sanction.
That's what happens when you don't read the evidence.
That's
from
what
the
happens when
previous
you
court case.
you don't read the fucking transcript. You don't listen to the ruling.
The DA appoints you as special defender, and you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I just want to say that submitting the entire case as a piece of evidence and the fact that they're letting us reference the entirety of the case is really saving our ass at the moment.
Yep.
But that was the purpose of why we went through the steps we went through for the previous case.
Essentially, without us having Sergeant Angel, we can essentially by proxy submit the testimony that we need so we have to substantiate claim. Without being able to use the People versus Otto Del Mar or Sergeant Angel, one or the other, no, I don't think we would be able to substantiate claim very well. But the fact that they're letting us do one over the other means that I think we've got a pretty good shot here.
So it's almost better that the case.
Okay, I'm gonna rule on this objection. It is well noted that the findings of the criminal case was that those facts and evidence were inadmissible due to the precedent of private areas which was set in that case. However, the plaintiff did open the door to have whatever occurred in the penthouse be discussed and examined fully in this case when Mr. Watson was discussing what happened between himself and Mr. Faley in the penthouse. So in the interest of in fairness and impartiality, I'm going to allow this this statement about the blood and shell casings to be entered at this time. That statement will remain on the record.
With that in mind, I'd like to call. Oh, sorry, Your Honor, I thought you were finished.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'd like to call a sidebar.
Very well.
Should we do this here, or maybe somewhere that the witness can't potentially hear us?
Yes, probably for the best.
Officer
can you hear
Faley,
us,
go
Mr.
ahead and
Faley?
step down for a minute.
Just have the officer
Yeah.
go out that way.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Yeah. However it's accomplished doesn't really matter to me. I just thought that might be prudent.
Your Honor, obviously in your statements at the start of the case with regards to the People versus Otto Delmar, you made it abundantly clear that we as counsel were not to misstate what happened or to misstate anything from that court case. Now, the line of questioning that Mr. Temple is attempting to go down here by completely misstating the ruling of the judges, in so much as alluding to the fact that the penthouse is public access, which was very clearly stated in the opposite by the judges in that case, as I'm sure Judge
All right,
Stanton
Ms.
and
O'Banion,
Judge
who
Weston will
has
agree.
who has said that the penthouse is public access?
Mr. Temple said he quite literally stated that the penthouse was public access in his initial questioning of Mr. Faley there.
In his
I heard that
rebuttal,
it was not locked. That's what I heard.
Yeah, in his rebuttal, he was saying that it was
Exactly, the words public access were used in regards
All right,
to
that-
entering
that
the
is neither
penthouse.
here nor there to the ruling. If I leave my front door unlocked, that does not mean come right in and have a beer. So I don't. That's a little semantic, if you ask me.
If I may,
Semantics
Your Honor,
is what we do.
The point that Counselor Temple made in his rebuttal is that this should be submissible because the elevator was open. Therefore, that is why this is not fruit of the poisonous tree, when that was not the finding of the criminal court case. And I understand that you are essentially overturning that in a small way.
No. We're not overturning anything. What happened in the criminal case is affirmed and completely the same. What I am saying is because we have already gone and opened the door to the penthouse, we are now inside, and we're going to see and hear everything that occurred in there, and it has no bearing on that criminal case, which has already been resolved, but we are going to hear in fair measure what occurred. It is your client and your examination of Mr. Watson which brought us into the penthouse. We're now in the penthouse. So if there's blood and shell casings in the penthouse, then Dan Faley is going to be able to answer questions about it. That's what's fair. And unfortunately, Mr. Splainer, you opened that door.
Your Honor, may I rebut to that, or is that decision final?
I mean, unless the other judges have anything anything to contest that.
I don't.
I do not, actually.
I will hear your rebuttal, though.
Okay. So the only thing that we are trying to contest being submitted into evidence is any sort of tangible evidence that was found. And this would be, the fruit of the poisonous tree ideology that they had no legal grounds to be there in the first place, so they should never have found these physical items in the first place. We have no contest to testimony of physical action. If Faley wants to say that he walked up in there and he saw people dancing around naked, I have no contest to that. That's his testimony. If that's what he saw, that's what he saw. But when it comes to finding,
saying to you, Mr. Splainer, is if Mr. Faley was never supposed to be there, then Mr. Watson was never supposed to testify that he was hit with a flashlight in the penthouse.
Well, that's kind of the point, Your Honor, is that Mr. Faley was not supposed to be there. However, he was struck with a flashlight, and then they were shot down in a helicopter. That's the kind of onus of the fruit of the poisonous tree.
Am I missing something here? Is something unclear about what I'm saying? I just don't understand how you don't.
The line of questioning that you had previously opens the door for someone else to talk about a situation or area. You brought in someone who said they were struck in a specific area. We are addressing that.
If I understand correctly, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, I may be misunderstanding, but
If you
actions.
have never asked Mr. Watson about him getting struck in the penthouse.
This is fucking
then
stupid.
Absolutely, your entire reason to object that line of questioning would be apt and fair. However, since you did choose to ask Mr. Watson about events which transpired inside the penthouse with specifically Officer Faley, in all fairness, is now able to answer questions about what he saw and experienced in the penthouse. In this case, it has nothing to do with the criminal case and Fruit of the Poisonous Tree. All of that evidence in the criminal case is still tossed out. This is a civil lawsuit. And you opened the door for this.
No, absolutely, Judge Holden, and I agree. However, in the rebuttal, where Mr. Temple is stating that he is attempting to, you know, build a defense based on actions and things that were seen past a point that has been ruled to be Fruit of the Poisonous Tree, he's then building a defense based on that, a defense for the police department based on things that have previously been ruled to be Fruit of the Poisonous Tree. Us as a plaintiff bringing up that the police officer was there doesn't do that. But if the defense is then being built, the defense of the state is then being built based off something that was Fruit of the Poisonous Tree and stated again in a manner to suggest criminal culpability, which is where I believe that Mr. Temple is going with this line of questioning and the manner that he's asking it, as well as his rebuttal. That's what I take issue with, because it is a prime misstatement of the ruling of the court.
Well, your examination of Mr. Watson getting struck with a flashlight in the penthouse is also Fruit of the Poisonous Tree. So would you have that struck from the record?
Mr. Watson is not attempting to press criminal charges on Mr. Faley for striking him with a flashlight, nor is Mr. Watson
We're not here to
anything to do with the
discuss criminal
state.
charges, Miss O'Banion.
I understand that, Your Honor.
So
but Mr. Temple now appears to be
since
fighting
you're pressing
those.
this, hang on. My question remains, since you're pressing this, would you be willing to strike pretty much all of Mr. Watson's testimony from the record to get this objection sustained?
Mr. Watson is not a police officer. Mr. Watson does not
any relevance.
I don't see
so
how
if he
claiming
was-
that his statement is his testimony is Fruit of the Poisonous Tree. He's not putting people on trial.
If I may have a moment, Miss O'Banion.
That's it's a fucking
So
stupid thing
I
to
don't
say.
believe that actions are subject
Dean
to
Watson's
the
testimony is
ideology
Fruit of the Poisonous Tree.
Only
No, it
physical
fucking
objects.
isn't.
So if they walked up there
No,
and
it
they found
isn't,
a
no.
amount of cocaine, for instance, that would also be suppressed because they had no lawful grounds to be there in the first place. The only thing that we're trying to get removed or stricken from testimony here is the fact that any tangible items were found. If he wants to say that, you know, Dean Watson came up to him and tried to pistol whip him in the face, and that's why he pulled out his flashlight and struck him, I have no contest to that. That's his testimony. He can testify to actions. Those are not subject to Fruit of the Poisonous Tree. Physical items are the only things that are subject to Fruit of the Poisonous Tree, and trying to submit those physical items through testimony when they've already been deemed as inadmissible by a superior court is the only thing I'm objecting to, Your Honor.
All right, you're all attorneys. Let me ask you. Is a head wound physical evidence?
If it's captured in a medical report, sure.
Okay, so would you agree that Mr. Watson's head wound in this instance is Fruit of the Poisonous Tree?
No.
No, because it was the result of action.
And anything to do with the Fruit of the Poisonous Tree is regards to pressing criminal charges, Your Honor. Like, the actions of civil individuals, they don't even fall under Fruit of the Poisonous Tree. The idea here is that there was an illegitimate entry to the penthouse, and we're treading over ground that was previously tread over during the original court case, which was then found to be Fruit of the Poisonous Tree from the point of entry. So as we are treading over ground with Mr. Temple's line of questioning again, trying to reiterate the facts that were refuted and disputed and disproven in the criminal case as a defense in a civil matter is what I object to.
I want to hear from the other judges. I think you're trying to have your cake and eat it too, and I don't like it. So
That's how I
I'm going to
feel.
defer. I'm going to defer to the other judges and see what they have to say. I've said basically what I think.
Yeah, I'm right along the lines with Holden on this one.
I'm literally right with you at this point.
I feel like I haven't made my stance on this clear.
I think you have.
I think you have as well.
I just don't. I just think the implications that you're gleaning from him answering that question are mistaken. As though that evidence is going to somehow be incriminating once again if it's brought up in court.
I see.
Lawsuit.
I understand where you're coming from there, Judge Holden. That's not my intent. My intent here is that Mr. Temple is attempting to reiterate facts that have been, ruled against in this court by two of the judges standing here, and to use those as any kind of defense of the state when those actions have been ruled to be illegitimate. The consequences of those actions, such as they may be, of Mr. Dean Watson being struck or subsequently the helicopter, they are, the response of an illegitimate action by officers. But the idea that you could use those illegitimate actions again as a defense of the state in a civil case is what I object to. I don't think that those actions are defensible when they have been ruled against previously to have been illegitimate. So that the argument that the entry is lawful or that he gleaned information lawfully through an entry that has been ruled to be illegitimate is where I stand on it, Your Honor. That's what I'm taking issue with. I'm not trying to have my cake and eat it too. I'm not trying to say that everything after the entry, including the actions of Mr. Watson et al. And Mr. Colton, are fruit of the poisonous tree. I am merely stating that using actions that have been ruled to be illegitimate as a defense in a civil case, misstating the ruling of the judges and misstating the facts of that case,
Your Honor,
are
I
an
haven't
issue.
misstated
Your
anything.
Honor.
I take offense to that.
All right. We're not going to get into a back and forth with each other. Don't address each other. Thank you for addressing me. But here's the thing. Here's the thing that none of you have acknowledged is that we are judges, and we know that statement is fruit of the poisonous tree, and that it is inadmissible in criminal court, and it has been ruled upon in that manner. So you're underestimating, I think, our ability to weigh and consider that evidence appropriately. I do not think it is fair to disregard Bailey's testimony in this instance because of how this case has shaped up so far. However, I can offer every assurance that I would take all of those facts, especially the evidence which was tossed, into very, very serious consideration when we go to make our ruling. But again, I personally cannot see a scenario where it is fair to not allow Bailey to answer questions about what happened in the penthouse if that has already been brought into this equation.
Absolutely, Your Honor. I completely understand where you're coming from. I merely ask that illegitimate actions that have been ruled to be illegitimate actions are not used as a defense in this instance. It will not be any asset to the defense. Any statements or claims that are made which were extrajudicially done by law enforcement in this situation and ruled upon in that fashion. So whatever happened, but it is not going to help the defense's case in any way, shape, or form that the things that Mr. Bailey is talking about were deemed to be improper. Thank you, Your Honor.
This is all, listen, I understand exactly what you're saying and exactly where you're coming from. And this is all fantastic stuff to really sink your teeth into during your closing. But as for the line of questioning, I see no harm in letting it proceed. It is not going to ruin any cases that have already been decided and is not going to provide an affirmative defense against things which have already been ruled as improper or against procedure.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
I wanted to apologize if it seemed like that we were trying to coach the judges in any way, shape, or form on any sort of legal doctrine. We are not trying to coach or educate anybody. We are simply trying to present our arguments and why we think they are arguments. And obviously, judges being the higher tier and the judicial deciding factor can decide whether that is a true argument or a false argument. I think the only thing that's trying to be conveyed here is that Mr. Counselor Temple said that the demarcation point of public access was the elevator, when it is actually the opposite. In the criminal case, it was determined that is the point of privacy. That is the demarcation of privacy.
What I heard was that the elevator was not locked. That's what I recall from the line of questioning. I think you're stretching that a little far in meaning. It's not the meaning that I took from it. I don't think either of the other judges took that meaning from it either. I think you're overthinking a great deal on that end.
Okay, understood. And I will respect your opinion on that, and I will withdraw from that argument.
Listen, before we dismiss this sidebar, I want you to know that I'm aware of the facts of the case, the criminal case. I'm aware
Understood. Thank
of
you.
what the ruling was. I'm aware of where the line between public and private property is and what was ruled upon in that manner. And I'm aware of what was stricken from the record, as I'm sure Justice Labar and Judge Thomas are as well.
Thank
So
you
you need not
very
worry
much.
about asserting those things constantly. We are aware.
I hope in
And
that
it is
manner you.
only because Mr. Watson was examined in such a way that we would allow this testimony to continue. I would sustain your objection had you not talked, had Mr. Watson talk about what happened between him and Mr. Bailey in the penthouse.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I hope you won't begrudge us attempting not to be remiss with making sure that those facts are clearly known.
I do not hold grudges.
Thank
I do
you
not
very
care
much,
what
Your Honor.
happens today. That's why I'm a judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Much appreciated, Your Honor. Thank you
I'd
very
like to
much.
remind you and to, get a hold of your client. When we're still in a sidebar, that means court's still in session. He's over there walking around talking to the mayor when he should be sitting over there next to the other plaintiff. All right.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I didn't even notice. We will go get him now.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jesus.
That was reasonably successful. No, I said I hope you won't begrudge us, which means I hope you won't hold it against us that we're attempting to make it abundantly clear our position.
Why does he always ask me to run away with him?
All right, the result of the sidebar for everyone in the court. I'm going to be overruling the objection. Officer Faley is able to answer questions regarding events which transpired in the penthouse simply because Mr. Watson has already testified to such events between himself and Mr. Faley. So whatever Mr. Faley observed, though inadmissible in criminal court, is going to be discussed here in court today. That does not implicate anyone in any crimes or overturn any decisions made in any criminal proceedings, and double jeopardy applies to anything which is discussed. It cannot be used against any of the defendants or co-defendants in any prior criminal actions. But Mr. Faley, you may answer the question about what you saw in the penthouse.
Okay. Can somebody remind me of the question, please?
Do you need me to repeat the previous question? I think it was already answered, but I was just going to move on to the next one if it's okay with the judges.
You go ahead and repeat it, or say someone who having something.
Okay. Can you repeat the question?
Sure, just one moment. I'll make sure I say it correctly. I believe I was asking if the bullet casings and blood could have been seen from the elevator.
Yes.
Okay. When you entered the penthouse, were there any people inside?
Yes, there was.
And who were the individuals that you believed were there?
Out of everybody that I saw, it was Lang Buddha, Dean Watson, Gomer, Nino Chavez, and I can't recall the rest of the names right now off the top of my head, but that's who I definitely remember.
Was Mr. Otto Delmar on scene?
Yes, yes.
Relevance.
Once you saw, actually, sorry, let me.
You don't need to pitch in, chat. These facts are mostly immaterial or
Mr.
irrelevant.
Watson in handcuffs?
When I entered the premises and I saw the casings and blood, I attempted to detain pretty much everybody in the building. I went to Dean. I tried to detain him. He refused multiple times. Started running around the court or the penthouse. He was tased multiple times and eventually had to be subdued just to get detained.
Were you at any stage asked to leave?
Yes, I was at not on the first or the top floor, but when I entered the penthouse after I had seen the casings and blood on the ground, then I was asked to leave the premises.
What happened after you were asked to leave?
We were threatened multiple times by Otto Delmar that we were going to be shot. He waved a
Objection,
gun.
hearsay.
It's already in testimony.
Rebuttal, Your Honor. I believe Otto Delmar was found guilty of assault with a deadly weapon. It is likely that these threats were made, and this is witness testimony.
It is likely these threats were made, or that is on record, Mr. Temple.
It is in Mr. Faley's police report, I believe. Let me just have one moment to look.
Doesn't that imply premeditation?
Your Honor, may I rebut to this, or are we waiting for the complete finding of fact by Counselor Temple?
I'm looking for a finding of fact here.
It is in
there
the
is
report.
paragraph. Let me just read
paragraph
it out.
4.
At that point, Otto Delmar told officers if they do not leave, he will open fire.
Yeah, it's just well, this is all that Temple can do because there's no police evidence. This is all that Temple can do. This is his only way of showing a defense is by doing this. So don't begrudge. Don't begrudge first for doing this because this is all he has. This
May
is
I
all
elaborate
he can do.
or rebut to that, Your Honor?
No. I'm just gonna allow this. We've opened the floodgates here, so I'm gonna hear whatever Faley has to say on this, and we will decide what is relevant, what can be used when we deliberate on this. So Faley, answer the question.
Can you re-ask the question again? I'm sorry.
5 hours again, probably.
I asked if you were threatened at any stage.
Right. Yes, Otto Delmar had a pistol in his hand and threatened that he was going to shoot us.
At what stage did you see Mr. Colton in the penthouse?
Colton was seen when we were already being shot at, and after my fellow deputy over there was shot down.
Did you issue any orders to Mr. Colton?
Correct. I told him to get back into the room that he came from, as to not gain a tactical advantage of me, to shoot me from behind.
Did he comply?
No, he did not.
One moment, Your Honor.
Your Honor, can I object to that response as a misstatement of facts?
You want to object to the answer?
Yeah, I want to object to the witness's answer as a misstatement of facts.
And what's your evidence of this?
The underlying fact was in the People versus Otto Delmar, where Officer Dan Faley testified that the order he gave to Gomer Colton was to, air quotes, get the hell away from me. He did not elaborate upon a tactical advantage or anything like that. That was not the statement that was given in the underlying
Hope you're
fact.
having a great day. I know I am. I just installed my new CPU.
Rebuttal, Your Honor. As you know, with giving evidence, the evidence testified is only a portion of what is ever occurring in a situation. It is not unreasonable that
Hell yeah,
after
pathetic
saying,
tooth. Thank you
"Get
very
the
much
hell
for
away
6
from me,"
months.
he ordered
Thank you.
Mr. Colton back into that room as a second response.
Your Honor, can he testify in his rebuttal?
No, he cannot. So unless you have some paper that says that, Mr. Temple, that's going to be struck.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right. Listen here. This has already gotten very complicated. So I'm going to say it again. We are going to listen to everything Officer Faley has to say. And we know what can be used criminally, what cannot be used criminally, what has already been tossed out, and what can and cannot be used in the defense here today, and we will decide upon that very, very, very carefully at the end of this case. But in the interest of keeping this moving, I just want to hear what testimony Faley has to give. We are aware of the situation involving Mr. Faley being in that penthouse and the issues thereof. So let's just please continue with this case.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll
Rule
just
the
check in with
objection. Mr. Temple, proceed with the questioning.
Thank you. 1 minute. I'll just check if my co-counsel has any questions.
What are they trying to achieve right now?
This is the only defense that they have, is to reiterate the facts of the trial. It has nothing
no
to do with the
questions for,
helicopter. This
Officer
is
Faley.
literally all they've got.
I mean, if explaining says you don't know, then I guess no one knows what the fuck they're doing.
May we cross?
What they're trying to establish is that they have
Yes.
to
Yes, you may.
shoot at the helicopter.
Dan, did you chase Dean?
Objection asked and answered.
Not by this witness.
Could you repeat the question?
I asked if he chased Dean. In his testimony, he said that Dean ran, but he did not state whether he pursued or not. So,
I'm gonna overrule the objection. Officer Faley, please answer.
Can she re-ask, please?
Did you chase Dean?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. In your testimony there, you stated that Julio was shot down. Do you mind telling us what happened after that?
I carried him to the elevator and left.
Where did you go after that?
To the hospital.
Did you return to the scene after going to the hospital?
Objection scope.
Yeah, my rebuttal is
I'm just gonna overrule that objection.
Thank you.
Yes.
Did you at any point see a helicopter after you returned to scene?
No.
Okay. Did you hear anything on the radio about a helicopter?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you hear anything about a rescue of people from a helicopter?
I don't recall.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
So they're going to disregard everything about the
Officer
helicopter.
Faley,
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Which doesn't help them.
Splinter, do you have any more
how
questions?
to do so?
No, I'm
Oh,
alright.
you have another
I'm alright.
question.
Okay. No, we were just verifying the other counsel kind of stepped in there before. I wanted to make sure we were done, Your Honor. That's all.
Okay, very well. Officer Faley, you may step down.
Selective memory. All right.
Your Honor, can we get just a 2 to 3 minute recess? I need to get some sandwiches. My stomach's starting to hurt.
Yes. 2-minute recess to get
I have some.
refreshments.
Oh, well, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Well, I mean, they were obviously aware of that fucking thing because, I mean, they came right to the scene afterward.
Mm-hmm. Of course they are.
The thing is they're not rebutting the claim. We have all this evidence in the world stating that
A helicopter was
and
shot
this is
by
how it
cops, and none of them are fucking rebutting it. This is good for us.
Exactly. They're bringing up completely irrelevant evidence, and regardless of the fact that the judges aren't letting us strike it, it doesn't hurt us that it's there either. If anything, we're trying to help the judges out by compartmentalizing the case, and
Exactly.
and
Well,
essentially making it smaller.
I'll go the same line with Julio. Julio was good for us last time.
Yeah.
Julio seems
he's
to be a little bit
an
more
honest cop.
upstanding, honest.
He's
cop, yeah.
actually honest and has a memory.
Yeah,
so.
he's not the one that was found. You know,
But
we
the
kinda
thing
beat the
is,
shit out
we
of
know
last
that we
case.
know that Dan went to the hospital. We know that Julio went to the hospital. So I'm just gonna ask him if he heard anything on the radio, because I don't think he went back to the scene.
Well, we also know that from the previous case, that from the testimony from Mr. Stanfield, that while Julio was in fact down, he was still yelling. He was still yelling things, so he didn't lose consciousness.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
I'm gonna take this time to really enjoy the sandwich, so I'll be in my head for a second.
Yeah, that's fine.
I am the logic one in this court. Did we have someone come back after being banned? I think someone came back earlier on and said they were unbanned, right? Is there another defense witness after this? Dulio. Yeah. I kind of want to recall. I kind of want to see if we can recall Gomer, given that there was some the tail end of his question. It's kind of very, very, very non-standard, but
It seems like they just want to.
I kind of want to ask if we can recall Gomer, because the tail end of his questioning kind of got messy, and obviously there was that recess. I feel like there's shit that we haven't asked, but
I think we're okay.
yeah, well, with regards to pain and suffering, we didn't ask any of that shit. We didn't ask about him being handcuffed and taken back up to the casino without being placed under arrest.
I don't think it really matters. You know, we're claiming that the police did wrong by shooting at a helicopter that they had no idea
Yeah,
who
we
was
still
in
gotta
it.
prove pain and suffering. Right? I feel like
Maybe
we
we
could
just
hammer
need-
that a little bit more if we get the
We just need
opportunity.
to. Let's make sure we handled it all on our closing too. But the whole police incompetency regarding the mention of a helicopter at all appears to be some sort of cover-up. Splainer, you can obviously word that much more friendly than I would.
It depends what Dulio says. If Dulio testifies that we got it, if he doesn't, we can
We got-
suggest that it was covered up.
Well, they got the other cop too, right? Spartan, or whatever the hell his name is.
Oh yeah, Spartan. Oh shit, yeah, we can fucking
Spartan too.
cross Spartan.
Spartan wasn't inside, so he was outside. So hopefully he saw something.
Malo testified that Spartan was on the roof in the People vs. Sototomo.
Oh,
He
okay.
was the individual that
But-
chased Malo on the roof.
So he was on the roof. He then but then I
Oh
guess what
no!
happened-
In fact, he told Malo to leave. I remember he told Malo to leave, and then arrested Malo for trying to leave.
Correct.
That was why Malo ended up in cuffs and in the elevator.
Right, but then we'll have to figure out where he went afterward.
Mm-hmm. Well, we can ask.
'Cause he
if
didn't- he
was
didn't go
still
to
on
the penthouse,
roof. He
we
didn't
know
go to
that.
the penthouse.
Oh, yeah,
he
he
could have gone
didn't
down,
go to
but
the
he was
penthouse.
also one of the officers that was probably present shooting at a fucking helicopter. So we'll see.
I have a sneaky suspicion that the defense counsel is going to tell all these police officers that they don't remember.
Maybe. I don't know.
That is not gonna go well for them.
Hey, are we all fed here, or what's going on?
I believe we're good to go, Your Honor, if you want to reconvene.
I would love to reconvene. Let's reconvene.
Your Honor, at this time, after deliberating with my team and the officers, we have no more witnesses to call up.
Are you?
Oh, oh no!
Very well.
At this time, I'd just
Oh
like to talk to the
no!
evidence.
Your Honor, it's somewhat a non-standard request, but we weren't really offered an opportunity to cross-examine those individuals, and we feel it may be valuable to the case. Is there any chance that we could call those as witnesses at the 11th hour?
Absolutely not.
Okay,
You
thank
should
you,
have
Your
called
Honor.
them
Nope.
in discovery.
Oh dear.
That's a little too much to ask, Miss O'Banion.
Understandable, Your Honor. You can't fault me for shooting my shot. I was hoping to get a cross-examination in, that's all.
No penalty, no harm, no foul. But answer's no.
Thank you.
You can cross Dan, can't you?
All right,
I
Mr.
did.
Temple, you were going to examine some evidence.
Oh, you did, right?
Your Honor, I just wanted to bring to the court's attention the police report that is in evidence, and specifically that in the images attached, there's multiple images. That's really all. Just when I first went over it, I only thought there was one image, but there's multiple images. Just for your attention.
I think they're all painfully aware of that, you fucking
Apart from that, Your
moron.
Honor, give me one moment.
I can't fucking believe this. The fucking they refuse to call Dulio because they know Dulio's not gonna fucking lie. They refuse to call Spartan because they know Spartan's not gonna fucking lie. They know that Faley's.
Your Honor, we
Oh my
progressed.
god.
All right, very well. You all just had a sandwich break, so I'm hoping that you're ready to proceed with your closing statements.
We'll need
But
a
we have
little
another
bit more
recess if you need
time,
it.
Your Honor. We were expecting to have some witnesses to question, so you just.
Understandable.
Thank you.
5 minutes. All right, I'm actually going to take a little recess while we have this fiver.
All right.
I'm gonna go to the office.
Grant you guys 8 minutes. Go ahead, take that time up.
Dean, come back.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
the,
recess. It's recess. He can go over there.
One of the judges doesn't like you going over there to talk to the mayor.
He
during
didn't like it
recesses.
last time. They didn't like it
Yeah.
last time.
Let me see if I can.
He
page
said
the
because
mayor over
you're
here.
one of.
Recess.
Yeah, but you're one of the claimants, and they want you over here. So it's only a few more minutes.
It's recess though. It's not. I think
Yeah, it's fucking recess.
It's,
What the
it's
fuck?
recess, not a sidebar. It's recess, not a sidebar. So you might be okay. I just know
would
that
you
they
like
didn't
me to
like it.
ask the mayor?
Listen,
to come
if
over
it's
here and visit with
recess,
you?
your client can go walk around, but not in the middle of a side, okay?
Dean, you're free.
Gotcha.
Go
Understood.
ahead, walk
Thank
around,
you.
sir.
Okay, I just didn't want to trip
What a
on any
mess.
toes, Your Honor.
So as to limit the testimony, which would undoubtedly bring to light the egregious circumstances under which this is
we got Albanian on all. Wait, no. Nope. That's
No,
not
no, it's not outside.
Fuck, it's not outside. So we move.
On duty.
Hey. What's going on, Miss
Well,
Albanian?
unfortunately for you twos, the district attorney decided that knowing that they were gonna call two honest officers to the stand, the district attorney has instead decided to not call them to the stand at all, for fear of them actually telling the fucking truth. So, you know, okay, so to put it in brief, one officer conveniently cannot recall significant elements of the case, and upon my questioning of those significant elements and that individual's lack of ability to recall, suddenly the district attorney's office doesn't want to call two honest officers to the stand anymore. Really fucking strange. Real strange that suddenly the district attorney doesn't want to call honest cops to the stand.
What the fuck?
Crazy, eh?
They're not recalling the same shit that they said last week?
Oh, well, Spartan wasn't called last time, and Dulio is a very, very honest and upstanding member of the police department. I can see why the district attorney wouldn't want their testimony, because it would go against their best interests.
Is anything from the court case that you guys had been admitted here, or no? Is that
well,
it was?
yes, kind of. The entire court case is in evidence.
I was imagining the president said from that cold case, right?
Yeah, well, Mr. Temple tried to fucking lie about the result of the court case, but I kicked him in the nuts.
Well, that sounds like assault. That sounds like assault, Miss Albanian.
He tried to state that the penthouse was public access, but it was very much ruled
because it
the
was
complete
unlocked.
opposite in the court case. So accordingly, I delivered a swift kick to his nether regions in a sidebar.
Wait, hold on. Wait, you said the district attorney. Where is she?
No, she's not here.
Oh,
She hired some guy called First Temple to be a special prosecutor, and the other two are just kind of standing there catching fucking flies in their mouths, I guess.
You call them fucking frogs?
That wasn't the implication. I was more suggesting that they had open mouths and that they were gormless because they have done absolutely nothing. But you know, take it as you may.
Sounds like
I'm
it's
about to
going
say
great
some
in
real
your
nasty
favor.
stuff about the police department. All right, don't take it personally.
Oh.
Are you okay with me saying the piece that I wrote and then yielding to you, Shannon?
For sure. I'm basically going to attack the district attorney, though. My whole fucking shtick is going to be attacking the DA's conduct in the trial. More than anything,
Okay.
I might get it fucking overruled by the judges, but I'm going to go and try.
Okay. Do you want to do yours first, then I'll do mine? Because you're attacking them and I'm attacking the argument, or what do you want to do? Are you clicking your rings or your tongue?
The side of my mouth.
Oh.
I'm gonna lead into attacking the police department at the end and going for the cover up like Loxy just added in there. I'm gonna tie it off at the end with a complete omission of evidence.
Okay. That's fine. The thing is that just, you know, that gets back up to the manifest necessity argument, which we didn't really use here because manifest necessity forces a mistrial.
Which, worst came to worst, isn't necessarily a bad thing because we could retry.
I
and then have
suppose.
all the appropriate witnesses here.
Yeah,
Additionally, we would first, you know, we probably should question Dulio and Spartan since that's very peculiar.
Just based on the fact that they're not offering any additional defense to themselves. They're like, this happened in the penthouse. That has nothing to do with
nothing.
The fact that the helicopter was fired upon has nothing to do with it.
The defense provided zero defense to what we're
A complete lack thereof.
To what we're attesting. Zero defense whatsoever. I don't know if anybody over there said the word helicopter one time.
I don't think so either.
I'm trying to like play it back in my head. I seriously don't think they used the word helicopter once.
Have you mentioned that Mr. Watson was placed under handcuffs and forced to go negotiate? You need to fold that in.
I didn't put that into my side
Right,
because
I'll do that
I'm not
now.
talking about that. It's up to you. I do not see it as necessary because we're just talking about the helicopter here.
That also, I mean, that puts him into, you know, a situation of duress. Having been forced to leave the hospital while he may or may not have been recovered.
Ooh, that's a good point. Good point.
That's pain and suffering. I don't know how we're gonna feel that for Gomer, but
I mean, I did pain and suffering simply based on the.
You know what? So here's the pain and suffering for Gomer, which granted we didn't ask the right questions on, but Gomer has, you know, aspirations of being a helicopter pilot. Yes.
Yeah. Well, did
having been in a helicopter
that?
crash. Oh, no, that's where I'm getting at. That's all. This would have been nice to add. Well, we'll have to figure that out for the future. But
I think having multiple burns and injuries across their body from surviving a helicopter crash is good enough for me.
I agree.
Oh, okay. Maybe you were looking.
Because that's something I'm kind of crashing on. Is sorry, bad pun. That's the thing that I'm going with is that they had to be pulled out of a mound of.
I know you're thirsty.
Burning metal
Want a
wreckage.
drink of water?
No worries. Are we ready for?
Are we ready, Shannon? You good?
All right,
I'll be
very
done
well.
by the time
Let's
you're
call
done.
this back into session.
Speak slow, Splainer.
At this time, we're going to be proceeding to closing arguments, starting with the plaintiff.
Alrighty. Thank you. Honorable panel of justice that is hearing this claim today. The plaintiff has proved beyond a preponderance of liability that officers fired upon the helicopter that was attempting to leave the Diamond Casino on February 25th, 2021, with the lives of Gomer Colton and Dean Watson, the claimants today on board. As established in testimony presented before you, in the People v. Otto Del Mar, not one, but multiple officers fired upon a helicopter with unknown occupants of an unknown level of threat, until that helicopter crashed, burying Gomer Colton and Dean Watson within a pile of burning metal wreckage. Gomer Colton and Dean Watson had their lives put in risk by the reckless actions of the officers of the Los Santos Police Department, and when the police could have attempted to verify the occupants of the helicopter before endangering everyone inside by opening multiple streams of automatic fire upon it, they did not. They simply opened fire. Gomer Colton only went to pull a helicopter to get Mr. Dean Watson medical attention, as he had already been assaulted by the police and was bleeding from the head. He wanted to get medical services where none seemed present, and Mr. Watson's life may have been in danger. Gomer Colton and Dean Watson had to be rescued from the wreckage by emergency response personnel and transported to the hospital, where they were treated, as referenced in their medical reports, for multiple burns and injuries spanning across their entire body. Firing upon anything, much less an occupied aircraft, without due consideration for the damages that they may have caused to the people within, people that they cannot verify as a threat or even remotely involved to the situation at hand, is irrefutable in fact that they caused damages, and that the claimants seek restitution for the damages caused by the reckless disregard for life presented by the officers of the Los Santos Police Department on that day. And for the remainder of this closing argument, I yield to Counselor O'Banion.
Very well.
Your Honors, here today in the midst of this trial, the District Attorney's Office has made the incredibly questionable decision to not call officers to the stand, despite naming them as witnesses, which could provide a defense, which we find extremely questionable. Officer Spartan and Deputy Dulio are honest and upstanding officers, and we find it incredibly peculiar that the District Attorney's Office would remove them as witness so as to limit their testimony, which would undoubtedly bring to light the egregious circumstances under which Mr. Watson and Mr. Colton came to be in a burning helicopter wreckage. It is unclear who gave the order to fire upon the helicopter, and it is peculiar that the District Attorney cannot call to the stand any officer willing to testify why this unarmed helicopter was even fired upon, nor is it even mentioned in the police report on record. There is little recourse but to find this action wholly indefensible and borderline criminal, be that not as it is my place to say. Officers fired upon the helicopter ostensibly believing that it was occupied by criminals, individuals who have been found in this very courtroom to not be culpable of any crime. Of course, this has not been documented anywhere in any police report, despite the shooting down of a helicopter being, I'm sure you will agree, an event of incredibly high importance. The district attorney's office has provided absolutely zero evidence or defense of the shooting of the helicopter, and has gone as far as to remove, mid-trial, witnesses from their list that may have testified to this attack. Mr. Colton and Watson have suffered here, and Mr.
Miss
Watson
O'Banion?
was forced
Miss
while
O'Banion,
handcuffed.
Miss O'Banion,
Yes,
can I
Your
pause
Honor.
you for a moment? To the two gentlemen that are being disruptive in the back, if you don't like it, I'm going to have you thrown out of here in about 30 seconds. Now knock it off. You may proceed, ma'am. I apologize for the interruption.
Where was I? Right. The district attorney's office has provided absolutely zero evidence or defense of the shooting of the helicopter and has gone as far as to remove, mid-trial, witnesses from the list that may have testified to this attack. Mrs. Colton and Watson have suffered here, and Mr. Watson was forced, while handcuffed but not under arrest, after suffering an incredibly traumatic helicopter crash, to become an impromptu negotiator under the police department, ostensibly under the order of Trooper Andrews. We find the actions of the police to be irresponsible and reckless, and ask you to find in our favor and award in favor of our clients. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Splainer and Miss O'Banion.
Thank you, Your Honors. I'm going to start off by saying that greed is good until it isn't. The Diamond Resort and Casino is a predatory company providing no actual benefit to the city. This court case is a prime example of its greed. As you have heard today through witness testimony and through the evidence at hand, the police officers of the LSPD were responding to a call of a shooting at the casino.
Yep. If they want to,
a call that took the utmost of
make those
urgency
claims in front of court, sure, why not?
to an attempt to preserve life. As you can see from the evidence filed, multiple bullets were fired in the penthouse prior to officers receiving a call of gunshots from a concerned casino patron. During this situation, Mr. Watson and Mr. Colton both failed to comply with police orders, as attested to through officer testimony. With Mr. Faley testifying that Mr. Colton attempted to flee the scene, defying orders. No evidence of pain and suffering, follow-up medical appointments, or any days of missed work have been testified to by Mr. Colton or Mr. Dean. In fact, there is no evidence provided by the plaintiffs today to suggest that anything other than Mr. Colton was flying the helicopter without a proper license or knowledge of the flight verification radio, and this has to be taken into consideration as to why the helicopter actually crashed, causing these injuries in the first place.
What's the flight verification radio?
Furthermore, no evidence of the rental of this helicopter in terms of receipts has been provided to bring forward their claim.
I thought they weren't going to talk about him.
On a continued theme, Your Honors, no evidence or invoices of repairs required for the casino, including photos of the damages, have been presented today. And no one has even mentioned the damages to the casino in their testimony or in evidence. Finally, Your Honors, we have no evidence of any damages claimed by the plaintiffs, and we hope that you rule in our favor. Thank you.
Does anyone else on the defense side wish to offer any further closing statements?
Yeah, basically his entire argument is
All right. Court is in
flight
recess
verification radio is something for
while we
2.0,
retire to
Simon.
Deliberate. Please remain orderly and don't go too far. Grab a snack if you need to, but bailiffs will act accordingly if there's any rabble in here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I mean, they did kind of get us on the building thing, but hopefully they can kind of imagine how path of damages would attest to this.
Yeah, so I think the damages. I think for renting the helicopter, that's going to get thrown out. Damages to the casino. I don't think we had any proof of that, so I think that's going to get thrown out as well.
Well,
when it comes to
we couldn't really provide.
I
proof of
did
that
say
anyway.
that they opened fire as soon as we took off.
Yeah.
That's true.
Which was very close to the helipad, but I mean,
It would have
if
been
they see
difficult to
that-
it would have been difficult to get like pictures of the bullet holes and things like that anyway, right? So
Yeah.
that was always kind of a reach.
Yeah, I think the general pain and suffering and the punitive damages. I think both of those are going to stick at least in some form or fashion. But I think that
Tell them to make it $1 million.
We wish. They
We-
set
didn't we
restrictions
try?
on- we did. They set civil restrictions. We
Can I
only
sue for how long I spent in this fucking court case listening to what happened in the last court case?
Because you're the claimant. No. You caused this court case to happen by wanting to pursue a claim. Your payout is whatever you get from this court case.
Yeah, but I didn't sign up to listen to the previous court case again by the DA's office.
I mean, that's true. That's just them being stupid. They had nothing else to go off of, Mr. Watson. That's the problem. Because they are inferior police officers. Well, Faley, at least.
So now you know. So
Julio kind of wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, so they can they can put witnesses into their like how are they going to list witnesses and then not call them, and then you can't call them.
The judges really hate that. They absolutely despise that.
Yeah, poor,
that somebody's
poor
that
Spartan
somebody's
Julio been here the whole time.
Yeah, when they
Sorry.
could be out there, enforcing the peace, saving people, or enjoying the pleasures of life.
Shit, we should have mentioned that whole, enforcing the peace, saving people thing.
We also should have mentioned damages to the casino based on the fact that the cops went in there and started firing fucking shots everywhere. But I mean, they basically told us, not to fucking hammer on the.
Well, that's the part
parts of
about
the
the
last
whole
case,
allowing
right?
for the. Well, and that's the whole part about allowing for the testimony of the whole blood-stained bullshit. Is they kind of told us not to not to worry about that. Yet the defense was still allowed to pose those questions. We could have opened an entirely different line of questioning regarding Mr. Watson and Mr. Colton because of that. We were trying to leave that alone a little bit.
I just didn't want to fucking bring up the shit that was, deemed to be, quote, fruit of the poisonous tree. Like, it's from the latest case. Why the fuck did they have 3 members of council when only one of them had asked any fucking questions? What's the point of having 3 people in the DA's office? I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I realized LeBar was maybe trying to see to the other 2, especially with his relationship with Mr. Watson here. That's kind of how I was interpreting.
Oh no,
it.
I didn't mean the judges. I meant the DA's office.
Oh, the DA's office. Yeah, they had special prosecutor or special defender, and the other 2 just kind of sat there. But then again, I just kind of sit here, so I can't really argue too much.
I just find the fact that they fucking don't know, or he
doesn't just sit
recall
there.
the shooting.
What he means
of
is
the
that he's doing all the
helicopter is
paperwork. So
laughable.
Loxley writes down a lot of questions.
100% it is.
For us. Loxley does a lot like behind the scenes. He doesn't really go up and ask questions.
I mean, it's
I don't write
completely
questions
obvious.
down, right?
And they're trying to
Lena
not
dictates
bring
the
up
course
new
of the
evidence on
trial.
it.
I do
Well, and I had about
cross-examination
7
and
other
undermine
questions, but as soon as
the
you started saying, I
opposition.
don't
That's my
remember.
whole thing, is that I'm undermining the
waste anyone's
opposition,
time.
right? That's my
That's
whole
the-
shtick,
that's clearly
is
what
that
you've been
I
coached to
rock
say.
their case rather than reinforce my own, right? That's the way that I do law. That's the way that I've always
They
been a
know
lawyer, right?
They got their
Splainer is incredibly good at doing the
How
upfront
the
stuff
fuck does
and
he remember
establishing
every
facts.
tiny little fucking detail about positioning and where people were and everything like that, and he doesn't remember a
Yo,
fucking
Singster,
order to shoot a helicopter?
you're the one that was like, yo, I don't even fault the mods. Good on the mods for spotting that, right? That was you. That was you, I think so. Yeah, look, I mean, like I said in the appeal, dude, I can respect the fact that you were like, you put your hands up and you were like, you got me. I think that was kind of cool. So I can respect that, dude, and I think you're probably alright.
Yeah, their entire case is to just forget that the whole fucking thing happened. and
Yeah,
just
exactly.
sweep it under the rug like fucking.
Right.
Well, it's not our problem, man.
Them letting us talk about everything that happened in Auto and the People versus Auto Del Mar really helped us out.
It does.
Yeah, but are they going to go look through the case to see what was said about the helicopter?
I mean, the parts that were referenced, sure. I mean, I gave them a transcript if they want to read that over.
Did you reference like specific parts of it?
I mean, the entire thing, but pretty much all of Angel's testimony was, the highlighted about the helicopter. Certainly on her cross examination, it was.
I hope that the judges have at least read the fucking transcript, even if they denied it. I hope that they've read it.
I mean, it becomes inherently accepted when they accept the entirety of the case, because I was only trying to reference the finding, and they were just like, "No, you can have the entire case." And I was like, "Oh, all right, bet, I'll take it."
Did you just unironically say "I bet"?
You did.
What do you mean?
Yeah, that was good. I like that.
What, I can't try to mesh with the youngins?
You're such a homie.
I am such a homie. Does that make me down bad? Am
All
I?
right, stop.
Okay. All right. Too far.
Yeah, you've lost it.
Sorry.
How do you do, fellow kids? That's you. That's you right now.
Hello. I also pop Sprite.
What the fuck is popping Sprite?
It's where you push the tab and it like pops open and then you drink.
Do you mean you open fucking cans of soda?
Specifically Sprite. I partake of carbonated lemon lime drinks.
I do as well.
I don't think he did a great job. I think he fucking just wasted everyone's time with his bullshit.
It's where he fucking misstated the testimony in like the first thing he fucking did when he was like, oh well, in the previous trial it was deemed that the elevator is public access and he could have beat up there. And it's like it ain't fucking correct. That ain't what the fucking ruling was. I want a fucking sidebar. That's why I called the sidebar, because you're fucking misstating testimony straight away. You're misstating the ruling of the fucking case in the first breath.
Yeah, and saying that the elevator was the demarcation of public access, I feel like that was the improper way to word that, and was trying to word it ostensibly in his favor, when retroactively and argumentatively it's also the demarcation point for private access.
And Thomas to recuse themselves out of bias from a verbal altercation that was spurred by the plaintiff.
Hang on for 1 sec. She's very loud.
Are you trying to spur another one?
What's happening?
Weston is rehashing the conversation that happened at the beginning of the trial regarding us
yesterday,
trying to have judges recused from this due to their personal
premature
bias.
challenge?
Yes, during their personal bias with Mr. Watson. But
I mean,
she was being very loud.
Yeah,
I think
and I yelled that back to her
she was explaining to Coop.
Spanish Twitch
And then
channel
Coop
is
was pointing,
waiting.
so I pointed back.
Oh, okay. Well, it's within our rights to issue a premature challenge.
It is.
You're no longer a Splanistan.
We want to just point. Do we all just want to point at him?
Are we pointing?
We're pointing.
Oh, there we
Let's all
go.
we'll point all
Pointing
at him.
at Coop?
See, notice. Yeah,
Kind
point
of,
at Coop.
kind of a Coop? Okay.
Yeah,
Point
point
it,
at
yeah,
Coop.
All right, we're
Coop's
pointing at
general
Coop.
area.
Alrighty. Yeah. Are we waiting until they notice, or are we just pointing?
Is your arm getting tired? Come on.
Stanton's come over. Stop pointing. Denied it happened. Okay.
Stanton,
Never mind. Point
Stanton.
again.
Just sweep it under the rug, yo.
Point again.
Point again?
In Stanton words, I don't give a
recall.
shit.
Can't recall.
I don't
There we
remember
go.
pointing.
No, we're pointing again. I'm
I
pointing.
don't
again.
remember pointing.
Definitely don't remember pointing.
I'm definitely.
I don't remember
right now.
pointing. I don't remember pointing down a helicopter.
Look,
This is
guys,
multiple
I
streams of
left
pointing
my
at a
elevator
helicopter.
open, so that gives them rights to shoot down the helicopter. Okay.
Okay.
That's their entire
Pretty sure
argument.
that's what their argument
That's
was.
their entire argument.
They
Elevator
didn't-
door
they didn't refute
unlocked.
any facts.
Helicopter gets fucking shot.
Did they even say helicopter in his closing statement?
No.
I don't know.
No.
I don't think the word helicopter was ever brought up by the defense. Still, even after closing.
Like, what are the
No.
facts being argued here? The fact that there was a gun. That was your cue to gasp. There you go. There you go.
Dun dun.
That was more of like a sigh of
dun.
annoyance, but I'll take it.
Mine was a gasp.
There was a shooting. Let's shoot everything that leaves there.
Shoot every car that's leaving.
Everyone
Shoot
point
me
a stand
standing
right now.
next to Kevin Whippaloo.
We're pointing at stand. We're pointing at stand
They
now.
should have
Okay,
shot
we're pointing
me
at
in the
stand.
parking lot.
Okay,
I
point
was
to stand.
present, therefore
Okay.
you can shoot at me.
Pointing at stand. Now the cops
Pointing at
will all
stand.
think we're all pointing
at
at the cops.
Now they think we're pointing at the cops. Remember, this never happened. We didn't do
I
this.
don't recall.
Nope, I don't remember it.
I don't recall. Oh god. I'm having a lot of fun with this.
I'd point at Faley, but I'm afraid he'd shoot me as a sign of aggression.
Yo, that's fucked up, dude. I like it.
Nightbot
so good.
also copies forehead and it also copies yep.
Yo, who can we pay to go hit the gavel?
What did you say about the gavel?
Who can we pay to go
Where's
hit the gavel?
Mr. Williams when we need him?
Who can you pay to hit the gavel?
Yeah, it cost
Squad
me 5
later,
last time.
probably
Or
not.
Rami. Where's Rami when you need
Actually,
him?
no,
Coop's
it
back in
cost
the
me
room. Are
10
we
grand a
pointing at
week
Coop?
last time.
All right.
Hello, they just
Hello.
All right. What do we think?
I try not to think, Your
Why do
Honor.
I keep pointing. Oh,
What are you
I
talking about?
I have no idea. I don't
Oh,
recall pointing ever.
Yeah, I don't
remember
recall
I think you're
pointing.
pointing at me, sir.
I don't
remember.
recall
I don't
pointing.
recall.
No, I don't recall.
I don't recall
I
pointing.
don't recall pointing.
Objection. Fact, not evidence.
Coop,
like being pointed at.
you missed the start of the trail. You missed the start of the trail. It was great. It was
In our
so
defense,
good.
Your Honor, you did point at us first.
I pointed at you.
We were
Yes,
we were
yes.
establishing.
Oh, I did point at you.
Yeah, I believe we could overhear Miss Weston a little bit. She was quite loud. This room
Oh.
acoustics are very,
The
very
acoustics
good.
of this room are insane.
Yep.
I don't know what's going on with it.
So I take it you'd like to hear.
Well, don't worry. I won't have to recuse myself. I'm not a part of this case.
I'm just chilling.
True.
Well, yeah, we know.
Yeah.
I wasn't party to
don't
the
have-
conversation earlier.
Would you like to
so I don't know
hear-
what the fuck happened, but
Would you like to
I
hear
guess
us
it was
say to
pretty
that?
bad.
I
No,
actually am gonna.
not
I actually
really.
am gonna
I-
motion
do
for
y'all
a
think y'all
preemptory
won or
challenge.
I think y'all won or lost.
Listen, I'll take the next case. Don't worry.
Coop, why are you lying to these people like this?
What do you mean?
Why are you lying to these people like this?
Coop taking a case and insert ear, please.
I have 2 trials next week. Thank you very much.
Do you?
That you'll
You
drop and pass off
actually-
to someone else.
I do.
I do remember Coop's name being on one of the as one of ours. I think.
Well,
I
Coop
remember.
is on
I
the
remember
case.
Coop dropping a case last second and
I'm-
passing it off to another judge.
I'm actually taking one of his. And
I
probably
remember
y'all's.
that. I think it's the next one.
It's the loss of income case.
The
Oh, yeah, that
appeal's
should be
already
another
done.
easy one
Gonna
for
be
us,
Artson
yeah.
and myself.
Ooh.
Oh, you
Yeah, I
can't
need
do
to.
it
I need to.
solo?
I need to fix up that evidence. Actually.
I wonder if the district attorney's office is just gonna put some quote
Oh,
unquote
they've already motion dismissed. like
special
7 times, so-
defender on the stand rather than DA Green again.
Well, I don't want to talk about the case. We'll
Oh
leave
yeah,
that.
enough.
Yeah, let's not
absolutely.
talk about
it, Your
Let's
Honor.
not talk about that. I'm merely musing
I think-
on
Yeah,
that's
the conduct
unethical.
of the district
You want to talk
attorney's
about the case at
office.
hand?
No.
And this case.
I think this case.
I think if we discuss anything, it could conflict Mr. Holiday out, Judge Holiday out.
Would it?
I mean,
About
yeah,
this
they're
case?
all kind of intermingled, to be honest.
About this case that's about to have a verdict read. I don't think so.
No, the other case that I took is pretty much an evaluation of loss of income, if I recall, specifically, and
Yep.
wouldn't take much implication. I mean, there's really
Should have put the
Pretty
head of
cut and dry there.
DIC on that one.
either proven or not.
The head of what?
Oh,
You
oh, we
mean
don't
you mean
have
the, you mean the
DIC.
you mean the dickhead, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Yeah. The Department of Industry and Commerce, Miss O'Banion.
Oh,
It's the new tax agency,
Yeah.
basically. That's the
Still being
they're not the
formulated.
IRS, they're the DIC.
It's officially done. I just need to push everything out. Probably, hopefully, if not tonight, by tomorrow.
Oh.
You
It's
think
always
we're
Last
gonna-
time you had
amusing
quite
to-
a few, dick appointments, so it's good to see it kind of get
Dick
something off the
appointment.
ground,
you're real trying there, Judge Weston. You're really.
What it is?
You're
it
really.
was. There were
Talk
people
to her
out
for a
here
second,
for
Buck.
appointments
You're
for
really
the DIC.
pumping.
That's what it is.
You're really
That's what
pumping
it
those
is.
references. You're really stuffing those references in there.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Did you
Wait,
just say
wait,
she was
did you
pumping
say
the
she's-
dick?
Did you just
I mean,
say
I'm
that
sorry.
Judge Weston is stuffing
DIC,
the
the
dick?
DIC, the DIC.
Judge Weston's really struggling to fucking stuff that DIC in there.
I don't struggle.
Oh, well.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I know you were all over Pred today.
No, Devereaux!
Steve.
And she just
Alrighty,
says
I
that
guess-
and walks, I swear to God.
I guess Weston and Devereaux, I guess Weston and Pred are an item now.
I just heard.
So
that's collusion.
Noted that if there's ever a case involving Pred, we need to say that Judge Weston is conflicted out of it. Noted.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, so y'all think y'all won or what?
I think we did. They didn't really fight it off the claim, and we had the claim in the bag. I think the compensatory damages are going to get dropped off, but I think the general and punitive are going to stay.
We shall see.
Well, it's pretty hard to establish some stuff when there's absolutely no evidence of it by virtue of, you know, lack of
incompetence.
police report and refusing witnesses, removing witnesses mid-trial that are honest officers that would testify to the fact. You know, removing
Because
them
they
because you know
probably
you're
shot.
compromised. Well, the thing is, Dulio and fucking Spartan would probably say, yes, we received an order to shoot. Yes, we did. This is who gave the order. This is who we thought was in the helicopter. They would have testified to that shit because they're honest officers, you know, instead of, I can't recall which shoes I put my fucking feet into this morning.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that Faley remembers every fucking tiny detail except for a major order to shoot something.
Your Honor, I did have a question for you actually before you leave.
Yeah.
So are we going to have to schedule appointments with the Dick on a weekly basis, or is the Dick going to come to us?
Well, I already have all that written out, so when it does come out.
So your dick is ready.
The Dick is ready.
The dick is ready for Splainer to come and see it.
Noted.
Yep.
And you're saying
Your Honor, did you tell him what the potential representatives of the Dick are going to be called?
Is your dick open for business?
Sacks. Yeah, they're all sacks.
Yeah, and the head of the head of the sack is the shaft, right?
Yeah. So they're all sacks. They're it's special agents.
What's so funny about that? It's a government organization.
Yeah, they're sacks, special agents of collections. So you have all the sacks are under the Dick.
I thought all of the sacks were under the shaft, and all together they're a part of the Dick.
Yeah,
they make up the Dick.
Yeah.
So any idea when the dick's gonna be coming?
Back to the petty.
Either hopefully tomorrow or the day after. Tomorrow or the day
Order
after.
in the court. So everyone gets settled in here.
You want to stand for the verdict, guys?
I mean, it's not a criminal trial. I don't think they have to.
Yeah, it's just polite though, right?
I guess it's polite, sure.
Fuck, we've been live like 4.5
I actually
hours
lost
already.
that document, but I think I remember. All right, I'm gonna call this court back into session. We have deliberated on this matter. It was pretty quick, but it was very extensive. We were able to get through all of the issues and details fairly expediently because we're judges and we know how to do that. Now, it's a very complicated case where both sides really did not come to play today, and it's very difficult to come to a fair judgment on this matter given the circumstances and the especially the circumstances regarding the underlying criminal action, the People versus Otto Del Mar. What we have found is, in spite of a case by the plaintiff which left out many key details which would have helped us come to a much quicker decision.
It's not, it's Judge Holden,
The
played by
defense
Murphy.
did not mount a defense effectively in this case.
The defense
withholding
did not
2/3
mount
of their
a
witnesses
defense.
and crutching upon testimony which, as has been discussed at length, is fruit of the poisonous tree in the underlying criminal action, and attempted to use those facts as an affirmative defense in this case, as well as the selective memory of certain witnesses, rather conveniently. Again, in spite of the plaintiff not mounting the best possible case in this instance and providing documentation of damages to the building and things of that nature, we are inclined today to rule in favor of the plaintiff,
Nice.
Diamond Casino.
Oh, we'll see what gets awarded.
Which we will explain and itemize.
Look at Andy. Look at Andy in the background lying down.
Is going to be awarded $10,000. That is going to be for the rental fee of the helicopter, which has been discussed in court here today. As for the damages to the individual co-claimants, there is going to be $15,000 awarded to each Mr. Colton and Mr. Watson in general damages for medical
So that's 40K.
and trauma and other related items listed on the claim. And if you could remind me, since I don't have the document, what the punitive was.
Oh, 20.
And punitive
60K.
damages on the basis that improper action was taken by law enforcement and events
60 out of
transpired in a
200 is
private
not
area,
good.
which led to the shooting down of this helicopter. The punitive damages in this case will be $20,000. So that will be a total of, I believe, $60,000 awarded to the plaintiffs in this case. But with that being said, I am going to point out a few things before we adjourn here today. I would have liked to have seen a lot more testimony and evidence regarding the helicopter, regarding the damages to the building which were claimed. The plaintiff spent a lot of time in the penthouse and not a lot of time in the helicopter, and you could have walked away with a lot less here. However, the DA's office, as I said, mounted almost no defense that can be even admissible by their own admission. They have hinged their entire case on the testimony of
We just
Dan
pumped
Faley
the
and what
values
he
were
observed
basically
in the
pumped all the way up
penthouse,
to 200K.
which, as I stated
I'll
during
tell
the
you
proceedings,
I'll tell you the actual values
we
now.
would weigh appropriately, and we have. What Dan Faley saw inside the penthouse is not admissible.
It might be a small amount because they don't have anything
It
else to
was
give.
deemed to be fruit of the poisonous tree.
That's not my problem.
So we
And
sued
he
for
was found to
35K
have been
each,
improperly inside
10K
of
for
a
the
private
helicopter,
residence,
50K for the casino, and
when a lot of events
75K
transpired, which led to
for
the shooting down of
punitive.
the helicopter. And the fact that the
I'll get out of bed for
defense
that.
did not call any further witnesses really left us no choice.
I mean, if you don't want it,
but
I'll take
to rule in favor of the plaintiffs, because no further statements of testimony or evidence could be
So they got
gleaned
15 out
which
of
would
35
excuse
each.
the actions of Mr. Faley in this instance, or justify the shooting down.
Yeah,
of an
basically we got about a
unidentified
third, even
What I
third and
will
none for the
say,
building.
though the plaintiffs have won this case and won the decision here, is it was not a landslide. It is extremely difficult to justify fleeing the scene of a crime. Were not for the decision of this criminal case, you would likely have found yourselves walking out of this courtroom with nothing. So I do not want anyone to think that this kind of case, with the unique elements involved and the circumstances which have been discussed here today, that every single case is
There
going to
was no
turn
crime.
out like
They
this.
ruled there was no crime.
This is a very major financial decision
It's criminal court,
in
but that
favor
doesn't
of
mean
the
you're a criminal.
plaintiff.
It's
But it is
the court that makes these
because of
decisions.
many considerations
dumb.
and particular details which have resulted in that decision.
So I'm owed $6,000,
It is
basically.
It is not the opinion of this court that there is ever really any justification to flee the scene of a crime. But because Officer Faley was on the grounds of a private residence and was ruled to be there improperly, that this case has turned out in favor of the plaintiff. The award is $60,000. I will open the floor to any of my fellow judges for any further comments.
I have no comments.
I am content.
Yeah, I would have expected more like 90.
All right. This decision is final, and court is adjourned.
So it's very, very, very rare in civil cases.
Thank you,
to
Judge
get the
Holden.
full
Thank you, Judge Thomas.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, who's the responsible party for payment? Is that out of the Civil Relief Fund, or is anybody personally liable?
No one's held personally liable. It comes out of the state funds.
Okay. I think Mr.
If
Watson.
that's what you want. Your answer for.
That's just what I want. That's just basically who would we collect payment from is what I was asking.
You come to City Hall and you see a
Person
judge.
laying on the floor.
And our question to you in return would be, aside from the awards to Mr. Watson and Mr. Colton individually, who in representing the casino will be collecting the $10,000 and the punitive damages?
I can provide account details if need be.
Sure.
All right. Sounds wonderful.
Yep, sounds good to me.
So do you wanna put it all into the casino account and then pay us out of that? That probably works the best.
Yeah,
way.
yeah. I think that'll be fine. Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I just need to look it up.
We still won. Not the best win, but we still won. There's 3 other cases yet.
Let me go look. I gotta look at the ATM.
All right, we'll see you out there.
Anybody want
Yeah, go.
this question?
I'll be right back.
Hey, Deputy Dulio, I didn't get a chance to speak to you previously, but I'd like to thank you for being upfront and honest in the previous case. And it's a real shame that you got removed from the witness list today. I value your honesty and integrity.
I appreciate that, Mrs. O'Banion. Or Miss O'Banion, my mistake.
Yeah, it's all the same. Don't worry about it, kid.
Congratulations. Is that the official name?
Car.
Underneath that, which is
I don't
Pogge's
know.
Tours, it's very
Okay,
nice.
Tours, nice.
Yeah. But yeah, we've had 3 customers go up today. We're taking a lot of bookings already, so it's pretty cool.
Nice. So how long's the flight course?
So they pay. So say you want to do heli training, you pay $20,000 and you have 3 sessions spaced out over 3 days.
20K.
Yep. Sessions are 1 hour each. And yeah, after that, you get your license.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty simple system, but I think we can get a lot of people interested, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I imagine you'll get a lot of traffic.
Yeah. Yeah. How's the casino been?
Thank you, Dima.
Actually, pretty dead, to be honest. Need need some more events to get some more traffic. I think everyone starting to
No
realize that the house
Streamlabs?
always
What do you mean?
wins. You know, the
No
glamour's wearing
Streamlabs?
off.
Yeah, I took 5K in there for the PD event, and I walked away with nothing, but I had a good time, so I'd still go back.
Yeah, you're always welcome back.
Thank you.
I
Appreciate
went
that.
in with 6K, I came out with 3.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't. If I wasn't okay with losing 5K, I wouldn't put 5K down anyway.
Right.
So I
Exactly.
still enjoyed myself either way. So it's good.
Big businessman like you. It was 5K, right?
You can just scroll down. It's the tip spot.
You know, just opened. We're rich in assets.
You don't have
but
to do
not
that,
in
dude.
Cash, I would say.
Responsible people gamble like that, but not everyone's responsible.
What?
No, I need to talk to you about some business stuff.
I said I was gonna say. I said I was gonna say some unpleasant
Alright,
things,
do you want to go
and I
outside?
did.
Yeah.
You did.
Alright, see you soon,
Yeah.
Mr.
Fucking
Watson.
went ham.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Kind of
Alright, I gotta get
necessary.
going on Pennsylvania.
All right. So, Dean, plan is, I think, from Goma, pay it into the PD account, pay it into the casino account, and then pay us out of that.
Yeah, I basically got no money out of that after the fucking lawyer fees and shit, right?
Well, I mean, you could take your 15 and then pay us out of the punitive, right?
Sorry, excuse me.
I wasn't paying attention. What did I get? 30 grand.
You got 15, and then there was 10K punitive and 20K, no, 10K for the helicopter and then 20K punitive. So it's very, very rare in civil cases to get 100% ever. You're generally looking at more like 50 to 60.
Yeah.
So
the next one should. I mean, the next one is my money anyway that we're claiming back. So the next one we should get full amount.
that one should go
Mr.
through
Watson, they're
pretty
handing
well.
out money inside if you'd like to go in there and give them your information.
Oh, incredible.
Okay. How much am I getting?
Listed in evidence.
So I got
and that stuff can
15K
be
for being
brought up,
shot. Yeah.
but no one let me talk, so it's fine.
I think both yourself, Mr. Colton, and Mr. Watson will find, now that he's just joined us, that as judges, we understand that very rarely someone is going to appear in this courtroom who is like, yeah, whatever about what they're bringing to us. So we understand passions run high, and emotions can get hot. We do not succumb to that very easily. So I hope you're fine with the fact that we did not recuse anyone and proceeded as planned.
That's fine with me.
Perfect. It's whatever.
So in terms of the account information, I'm not too sure. Mr. Stanton, I would defer to what you would suggest on this one. In terms of, would you prefer that it goes to the personal accounts for the individual damages, and then for the casino damages that would go to that account?
Well, as a casino, as businessmen, I don't know what your positions are in the casino. It didn't come up in court, but basically, if you
Just trying to
feel
make
you're
sure
in a
my books are
position-
all right.
Yeah, if you feel you're in a position to accept this payment that is allocated to the casino on its behalf, as well as your general damages and the rental fee and all that stuff, if you're prepared to accept that and disseminate it as ruled upon, then you two are the representatives of the casino, so you can make that decision. Unless there's someone who overrules you on this, they're not here.
Well, let's just say if we were to accept this straight into the account, that would turn into a revenue expense, which would push up our tax liability. So if the $30,000 that's supposed to go to the casino goes to that, and that's where it should go anyway. But the extra 15 each or whatever, I think that's what was assigned on that. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, right. The 15 to each of you
Those
should be going
15
to you directly.
to the individual
15
accounts, right?
15 goes to you. 15 goes to Mr. Watson. The other goes to the. I don't know if you have an overall casino account. I don't know if you have an expense account. I don't know if you have separate accounts. So,
no, we have just the one main account that which I think would be perfectly fine for.
Right. So each of you get the 15,000 paid out of the state, and then the rest goes to the casino. All right.
Okay.
Perfect.
That works for me, and I have the account number for the casino.
All right, give me just a moment here, and I'll pull it up. Excuse me.
Yeah, we're gonna
Judge
need to work out the splits as well for the lawyers.
Of course.
Can you just give it to me and then I'll deposit into the casino so I can put like a tax exempt comment or some shit on it?
So you want the amount for the casino to go to you, and then you're going to put it into the casino account?
Yeah, so I can put a comment as like ignore for taxes, and then they can filter that out.
All right. Okay, give me just a moment to pull this.
All right. Hey, y'all have a good one. All right.
You as well, Buck.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to do here.
Later, y'all.
Thanks, Buck.
Thank you, Justin.
Mr. Watson, I'm going to do two separate payments to you. All right, so you have it.
Buck,
noted.
I'm not voting for
I'm
you.
gonna do
Okay.
I'm going to do the 15,000 to you first, and then I'll do the second amount, which is 30,000, and then I'll give Gomer his 15,000. All right. So I'm going to need your
Thank
account
you.
number.
It's my state ID or account number?
No, it's going to be account number, your actual bank account number.
I need to
Explain it.
Okay, perfect.
What's up?
Thank you.
What's your split?
Actually, I could look up his
12K.
account number. If
Your
he doesn't
split is 12K.
mind me doing that.
Yeah, that's my retainer agreement.
20%. All right. Loxy, what's your split?
I don't know. You guys pulled the lion's share, so throw
Well,
me.
I mean,
throw me a bone,
I'm
but-
doing 10%.
All right, I have your
He's got
personal
fucking
account.
20%. So.
I mean, 10%'s fine. So that's what? That's 40% collectively.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was just going to take. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever.
Yeah. I mean, hey, it's free money.
Well, it's not free money. We worked for it.
Also
That's
if
kind
you're
of
playing
that's
us.
kind of
Yeah,
that's
it's
kind
the
of a
initial
strange way to
payment.
phrase it.
they got shot out of a helicopter for it, so it's not exactly free at all.
That's
Spanner.
very true.
Jesus.
Yeah, I guess.
Did you did anybody get compensated for the criminal case with the charges being backed out on that? Did anybody seek
All right,
retribution
I sent
from our
the
clients for that?
second payment, so you can go check.
No, I
have
didn't get
gotten
paid.
one.
30,000 and one.
I don't have.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not on retainer. With,
Gomer,
with
do you have your
the other
account info,
gentleman,
or do you
so
want
I
me to look
couldn't
it up?
I do
seek
have
out
it.
for them.
Yes, sir.
What? I didn't know if you did that.
It's going to be 618.
1 moment, sir.
All right.
One has to own it.
Right.
Yes, it seems so.
Oh my god, I'm rich.
Demo, thank you very much for the brand new tier 1. So as per the retainer agreements, it would be 10% on my end, 10% on Loxy's end, and 20% on Spain.
Cassie can just pay all that out of the casino, right?
I guess so. I figured you'd want to do it now from the casino account.
Nah, because she does weeklies and she can just top it all up whenever she owes the money, I guess. Auto security vehicle.
We all standing around here like crows to crumbs.
Dean's just said that Cassie's gonna pay us from the weeklies, so whenever that is.
Down bad.
Oh, okay. Well, I get my retainer agreement flushes out on Mondays, so I would go and talk to Cassie about getting my retainer agreement plus this.
Yeah, if you guys just collect everything from Cassie.
All right, sounds
she'll
good.
hook you up.
All right. Cassie. Not really. We'll be at like 40k. Yeah.
Is that they might ask you to take your mask off, by the way. Okay. All right, just full warning. Have a good one, sir.
Fucking Casey. Hey, please call it when.
Yeah, yeah.
Someone said there was a donor.
I don't even
there
want
was
205.
a donation.
Only 60?
Hey.
Sure, I'm waiting for 205.
I don't think my brain works in only 60 grand type. My brain can't even. It's hard for me to even say that.
There was a sub.
don't even have 16
Thank you very
grand
much, Devo,
personally.
for the sub. Brand new tier 1.
Listen, if
There was
my
no
R&D
streamer.
gets, if they expand, listen, we might be able to fund the government. All right, I'm really planning to take this company far.
Oh, really? Like,
Elon Musk.
Like
Gonna
up?
be huge.
High.
Oh shit, that's a high.
Upper atmosphere. Up.
You're gonna become shadow
Yeah,
leader
that's
of the
right.
whole state.
Up.
Some rocket stuff.
Wait,
Shadow
why
leader
don't
of the whole
you
state?
say
No, that's
to
my job.
Snow your theory about machines in the sky.
Yeah, no, machines shouldn't be in the sky. I don't get why
What?
anyone would
Yeah.
want to fly it.
Yeah.
What?
Wait, what do you
Wait,
mean?
Oh, yeah.
Don't you guys own a
Well,
helicopter?
how does it make sense? Oh, I would never pilot it myself. It's just, how can I control a piece of metal in the sky? Come on. Think
What if you
about
want
it.
to take a flight some way?
Science, Dean. That's how.
No.
Yeah.
Don't believe in that.
So machines should only be on the ground.
Yeah, I
Is that
mean,
what you're saying?
Each their own. I
mean,
respect your
machine's
beliefs.
not does it? How can it fly?
Well, I mean, I believe that we are designed to explore off of this planet and away from this shit on.
Designed by who?
I don't know.
You know.
Someone
Mr.
done did it.
O'Banion.
I don't know. I'm not gonna say. I'm not religious. Okay, I'm not gonna say it.
I'll say it.
I don't.
I'll say it.
Don't
Hey.
say it.
So
Yeah, well,
you're a flight tutor, right, Snow?
Yeah. I'm the owner.
During your flight training, do you ever teach people how to react when being shot at?
What the fuck?
Just hear me out here. It'll make sense in a second.
We teach them to avoid situations where they would get shot at.
Right, but say somebody. Do you ever teach anybody to fly whilst being shot at by assault rifles?
Like evasive fucking maneuvers.
Yeah, basically.
I mean,
Yeah, we can do that.
Like,
yeah.
but is that like standard? Is it like standard training? It's just an argument that was made by the district attorney's office, and I wanted to dispute it. Essentially.
Wait, so they were saying that we have that training?
Open quotes. Whoever was flying it clearly didn't control it while under fire. A trained pilot would be able to control it while under fire. Close
I
quote.
think there's so many variables in that. There's no
right,
way you could.
Right, we were referring to a trained civilian pilot, but I believe that he was referring to a fucking UH-1B fucking Huey pilot from Vietnam or some shit. I don't
like
fucking
something
know.
that's used to getting shot at. I can tell you the helicopters we have in the city are not armored. They are paper.
Yeah.
And if you fire an assault rifle at them, they are going down.
Well, it would have been really great to have your testimony there, Snow,
Our
actually.
clients are very well aware of that.
Yeah. Well, one thing I will say, okay, obviously this is all done, done as us, so you guys can say whatever you want here. I'm not talking as an officer, but did you guys 3-on-1 that you were taking off before you did it?
I was unconscious.
Yeah. Well, that's part of it. So
you're a pilot. That's a part of
the-
being a certified pilot.
exactly, but at the time that
court
regulation
disagrees.
wasn't in. So that's in the future we can avoid this kind of thing.
So it was testified that the police believed that there were, suspects escaping, but all the people have been found innocent, and neither of these people fired at cops. So it was shot at in error, essentially.
You see, if you've been able to 3-on-1, like if you'd known you're supposed to 3-on-1, then they would have been able to shoot you down or shoot anybody down. They'd have to flag you down and make you land for inspection. That's pretty much it. But yeah, that's pretty crazy. I can't say that every single pilot in the police department is quote unquote used to getting shot at or can effectively maneuver a helicopter that would render it
that's for sure.
immune from being shot at. That's crazy. I wish I had a helicopter that could do that. That'd be great.
That'd be nuts.
Yeah.
What's like a
reactive
fucking
armor?
like
Be
a
great.
fucking MI-24 or so? Well, reactive
Yeah.
armor wouldn't nothing.
What is that, a fucking
it
computer?
wouldn't work.
What is it?
Yeah.
Like that wouldn't work
Is
against
that
bullets.
a calculator?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's right.
But
How's
no,
an
an
MIB-84?
MI-24 is also known as the armored bathtub. It's a Russian attack helicopter from
True.
the 70s.
Those
Holy
rocket pods
shit.
are nutty. Nutty
We're
they
back in a
are.
bit.
All right.
All right.
You guys ready to roll?
Yeah, Andy went inside. I'm gonna see if I can go get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to
Listen,
speak with
Mr.
her as
Colton,
well,
I don't know if
actually.
you,
Are you
you
guys going
should
together? I need
book
to
your
talk to
flight
her real
training
quick.
with me, and we'll
Yes,
get it
will
done.
do.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I just want to let you know, though, depending on whatever planet we might end up on, we bringing our shitholes with us. I'll tell you that. So it's going to turn into it eventually.
True. You are absolutely 100% correct. We're like cockroaches or whatever. We just keep moving planets. That's what I think we should be doing.
Yep. With
Fuck
that
one
fecal
up, move
matter
to
will
another
follow
one,
us
fuck that
around.
up, move to
Yep.
another one, fuck that up, move to another one. That's what I think the human race is destined for. Eventually. Oh, Jordan called me. Check, quick one.
Oh, yeah.
he
I
wants
also want to
book-
show you my new car one day. Yeah. Well, whenever.
Oh, I'm down. Yeah, nice. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, all good.
What's up, TJ?
Oh, goodness.
Oh,
God.
there you go.
Ruin your career.
Sorry,
Get me off
is
this
he,
property.
who's he on the phone with?
Get me off the property before
Let's
someone else
just
asks me a
go to the
question.
motorcycle.
Hey, my car got stolen.
Oh, Jordan called me. I think he said called me back. Those fucking firefighters are crazy. Do I have Cassie's number saved twice? Why is that happening? Strange. Shit's bugged. I don't know whether... So I need to get on Vale and come speak to the judges. Hopefully they're still there. So we are going live with the reform program. Yeah, the poaching reform program, we're going live with it now. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, it's basically good to go. So I'm gonna head back to my apartment, jump on Vale.
Help me!
Hello there. How can I help you?
Help me, please, for the love of
How
God!
can I help you?
Give me $150!
I do not have $150 to give you.
Please!
I have $58.
Okay, give it to me. Give me that.
Hey, do you need to buy
me
some
that.
clothes?
Yeah.
Great.
Cold.
Right. Right.
I'm freezing.
There you go. There's $50.
Thank you so much, miss.
You're
Have
very...
a beautiful day.
Yeah,
and
you really...
Don't watch the news.
Whoa.
Miss, did you happen to yell "help me" when I drove by? Just
No, that guy over there is asking for help. He said, don't watch the news.
I'm gonna go find him.
He went to the left. It's Mel, not Eugene. Kozlov just saw him. There you go. Oh, it's not Kozlov, it's Kovacic, actually. We didn't make any money on Summer today, but I think I'm gonna chill off stream tomorrow and do some Oxy runs on Summer to make some money. Like solo Oxy runs, I'm not gonna do that on stream because there's no wall play. Really. Just like a few hours in the daytime, probably. And then a normal stream at night. Has Summer managed to evade capture for that so far? Yes. Emphasis on so far. So yeah, we're gonna jump on Vale. And we're gonna go over and speak to the judges if there's any judges still around when we get there. If not, we're gonna go for we'll do a hunting trip. We'll do a little hunting trip. We'll offer lessons, whatever it is. You saw really creative deception someone used when caught by the police doing it. Yeah, you put it in the meta chat. Don't put it in chat, dude. Like, put it in Discord.
Yeah, it was Jordan Steve.
Oi, oi, oi. I wonder why the phone always rings when you go into the thing. Lydia, Vale, San Andreas, Scouts. There you go. Title, bam.